Chapter 1208. Seeing Du Xiaofu get attacked, the countless gazes in the surroundings and the various factions of Shang province were filled with shock and nervousness. Earth Leizuin's terrifying lightning attack was clear to most of the people in the surroundings that they would not be able to withstand it. Even chaotic element martial saints would have to suck in a breath of cold air. Earth Leizuin used his full strength right from the start. Although that Du Xiaofu is somewhat famous, he is still of the younger generation. I'm afraid he will not be able to withstand it. A yellow-robed old man behind an extraordinary youth in the lineup of a major faction whose status was only below that of the Saman Sword sect said with interest, Demon King Du Xiaofu is a little too arrogant. What a pity. Not far away, a middle-aged man with bright eyes said with some regret. With his perception and vision, he could see that no matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, he would not be able to withstand Leizuin's killing intent. That brat is dead for sure this time. On the plaza, among the group of elders and experts from the Hahuan school who were clustered behind Zhao Lu, there was an old woman with a sinister expression. She looked at the area of the plaza where the resplendent yellow lightning had exploded and sneered. Kill him directly and prevent any future troubles. A beautiful woman beside Zhao Lu had an extraordinary aura and temperament. She gave off a fiery aura, but her long and narrow eyes were filled with a cold, killing intent that could not be concealed. Within the lineup of the Saman Sword sect, beside Mu Jianqin, the old man with a vigorous aura looked at the plaza and frowned slightly. He said softly, Demon King Du Xiaofu is too arrogant. I'm afraid the consequences will be serious this time. Mu Jianqin smiled faintly and stared at the chaotic space where the lightning had exploded. However, he was not worried at all. He shook his head and replied to the old man beside him, You guys are underestimating him too much. The head of the 12 heroes, Demon King Du Xiaofu, is not him if he is not arrogant. Back then, he also killed Dragon 9. I feel that his strength has reached a new height and is even pushing me further and further away from him. He will definitely not die. Hearing this, many people from the Saman Sword sect were stunned. They did not expect that the young sect master's evaluation of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would be so high. Haha, I knew that he would be fine. While many people from the Saman Sword sect were stunned, Mu Jianqin suddenly smiled. His sharp gaze was filled with a smile that he rarely revealed. As Mu Jianqin's voice faded, the yellow lightning that had exploded in the plaza gradually dissipated. Finally, under the gazes of the crowd, a figure faintly appeared amidst the sizzling electric arcs. Then a figure emerged from it. When he saw that figure, Leizuin's gaze fiercely trembled. A tall and straight figure clearly appeared in the plaza. His entire body was surrounded by resplendent yellow lightning, which was absorbed into his body. He waved his hand and flicked his robe as he slightly raised his head. That tall and straight youth was none other than Du Xiaofu. Who else could it be? Leizuin's lightning divine ability was comprehended from the heavenly earth-shattering thunder, and Du Xiaofu was already the master of the heavenly earth-shattering thunder. Leizuin's strength was not ordinary, but Du Xiaofu's cultivation had skyrocketed. Just his talisman Dao alone was already at the late 8-star primordial chaos realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's physical body had already reached the 3rd level of the golden-winged great rock body tempering technique, tempering the divine body. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Leizuin at all. If it was a primordial chaos martial honorable who did not cultivate lightning divine ability, Du Xiaofu might still be afraid. However, Leizuin cultivated lightning divine ability and was also related to the heavenly earth-shattering thunder. This undoubtedly bumped into Du Xiaofu. When Du Xiaofu raised his face with a faint smile, Leizuin's heart trembled violently. At the same time, an inexplicable fear crept up from the depths of his heart. At the head of the plaza, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo, as well as the 2 beautiful women beside them, secretly looked at each other with cold fluctuations in their eyes. Du Xiaofu flicked his sleeves, shook off a few strands of dust, and slowly took 2 steps forward. Under the stunned and blazing gazes of the entire plaza, Du Xiaofu looked at Lei Zuin. His tone was neither fast nor slow, revealing a faint contempt. He softly said, "You always use this move. Can you change it to something new? This move is already useless against me." Hearing Du Xiaofu's slightly contemptuous words, Lei Zuin's face had already turned completely gloomy. The corners of his mouth fiercely twitched a few times on his old face. Lei Zuin's eyes secretly surged with coldness, revealing a sinister and sinister look. Boom! Suddenly, Lei Zuin launched another attack. As the profound energy in his body surged, his figure turned into a dazzling yellow lightning, like a lightning spear. Yellow light shone resplendently. Lei Zuin's figure was like a lightning spear that streaked across space. With a thunderous roar, he directly shot towards Du Xiaofu. The thunderous figure was closing in at a rapid speed. However, at the same time that Lei Zuin's figure moved, Du Xiaofu's figure also moved. In the next instant, the faint lightning glow in Du Xiaofu's eyes retracted. Immediately, a dazzling and resplendent secret symbol pattern swept out. An extremely astonishing energy swept out, shaking one's soul. Chila! In this instant, it was as if there was 1,000 rays of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. The strange light from the secret symbol pattern overlapped. In the end, like a light screen, it enveloped the surrounding space and instantly enveloped Lei Zuin's body. The yellow, lightning-like, great landmine venerable was as fast as lightning. The instant the light screen from the secret symbol pattern in Du Xiaofu's eyes shone on him, Lei Zuin's sinister and sinister eyes suddenly turned sluggish. His figure's speed also immediately decreased greatly, as if he had frozen. The yellow lightning glow on his body also began to dissipate by quite a bit. Du Xiaofu's figure directly appeared in front of Lei Zuin. His speed was as fast as lightning, so fast that not many people saw him. Not good. Elder Lei Zuin, be careful! At this moment, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo, as well as the 2 beautiful women, seemed to have discovered something at the same time and immediately shouted. However, it was too late. The Reverend of the Earth Thunder hadn't come back to his senses at all. He seemed to have been deeply affected by the light screen in Du Xiaofu's eyes. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation of the late 8-star chaotic primordial Tao, the strength of his primordial spirit was extremely strong. Among his peers, there were very few who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Under Du Xiaofu's mysterious soul eye, Lei Zuin could not dodge at all. The terrifying primordial spirit power was not something he could resist at all. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's fist, which was covered in golden light, streaked across the space, revealing an overbearing and incomparably arrogant aura. It directly attacked Lei Zuin's chest. Bang! As the fist fell, Lei Zuin's body shattered into a bloody mist. Du Xiaofu's fist had directly smashed him into a bloody mist. A chaotic primordial martial, venerable expert's blood splattered on the spot. He had been killed by Du Xiaofu with a single punch. Earth Lei Zuin's body had turned into a bloody mist. He could not be more dead. The appearance of this scene was accompanied by the sound of the energy explosion. When everyone's gazes landed on the tall and straight young man, a chill ran down their spines. Even Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and the other 2, who looked at each other in dismay and shouted to warn the Reverend of the Earth Thunder, were momentarily stunned. Demon King Du Xiaofu is already an 8-star chaotic, primordial spiritual talisman master. That level of primordial spirit attack is too strong. Earth Lei Zuin doesn't even know how he died. Oh my God, he killed a chaotic, primordial martial venerable with a single move. This Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is he still a young man? After a brief moment of shock, there were suddenly sounds of astonishment from the lineup of the major forces. He had killed an 8-star chaotic, primordial, martial, venerable, with a single punch. With such strength, who would dare not be moved? Swoosh, swoosh. After a brief moment of shock, two terrifying auras swept over. In the void, two auras, one cold and one hot, emerged and instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Boom! The two auras converged and instantly caused the entire square to tremble violently. This aura caused most of the experts from the major forces to tremble for no reason. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, one behind the other. Two vast auras enveloped the square. They were the two beautiful women who had been behind Zhao Lu all this time. One of the two beautiful women was wrapped in blazing flames. The blazing temperature caused the surrounding space to distort, causing one's skin to burn and one's soul to tremble. The other was covered in frost. The icy aura could freeze one's primordial spirit and cause one's body to become sluggish. The coldness that penetrated deep into one's primordial spirit could not be removed. Two peak, chaotic, primordial, martial venerables. Du Xiaofu looked back and forth at the two beautiful women. The auras from the two women were not much weaker than the laughing Rakshasa, Tang Meiling. They were both extremely terrifying, peak, chaotic, primordial, martial venerables. The cultivation level of these two women was not much different from his master, Feng Qingyang. He wondered how many years these two women had cultivated. "Kid, you must die today." The frost-covered, beautiful woman's voice was as cold as ice, causing one's ears to feel as if they were about to be frozen. The faint, bone-piercing cold aura surged, causing the energy of heaven and earth above the square to be affected. Chapter 1209. Bullying with Numbers? Isn't it a little unfair? As the beautiful woman spoke, Mu Jianqin, the leader of the Saman Sword Manchu, stood up. His sword-patterned robe fluttered, and a sharp glint shot out from his sharp eyes. Mu Jianqin was very strong. He was the undisputed #1 person in Shang Zhou's younger generation. His strength was enough to shake the entire Shang Zhou. However, although Mu Jianqin was very strong, there was still a gap between him and some of the top experts in the Hahuan school. However, as the young master of the Saman Sword sect and the leader of the evil Purifying Alliance, Mu Jianqin's status was very high. With Mu Jianqin's status, he represented the Sa Meng Sword sect. As Mu Jianqin stood up and spoke, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo of the Hahuan school looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions changed. "Young master, you misunderstand. The auspicious time has arrived, and the ceremony for the new schoolmaster has to be held as soon as possible. This demon king, Du Xiaofu, came to cause trouble and killed countless experts and disciples of our Hahuan school. Naturally, we can't let him go." Although Zhao Lu was the future schoolmaster of the Hahuan school and a peak 8-star Nirvana Spirit Talisman Master, she still had to give face to Mu Jianqin. "I've said it before. Whoever dares to touch the Demon King Du Xiaofu is the same as touching me, Mu Jianqin, touching my Saman Sword sect." Mu Jianqin wasn't afraid. His eyes shone with a sharp glint. Hearing Mu Jianqin's words, Zhao Lu's expression darkened. After all, she was the next schoolmaster of the Hahuan school. Although the Hahuan school wasn't as powerful as the Saman Sword sect, it was still an old power in Shangzhou. Even with Zhao Lu's cultivation, she far surpassed the current Mu Jianqin. Hahuan school invited all of you here out of goodwill. However, this is a family matter of Hahuan school. Could it be that the Purifying Evil Alliance wants to interfere? Zhao Lu looked at Mu Jianqin, and her eyes trembled slightly. Her casual temperament and gaze were still alluring and sharp. She said to Mu Jianqin, "Even if your father, Mu Tianhong, was here, I'm afraid that he would interfere with the family affairs of Hahuan school. He wouldn't dare to speak to me like this." "Hee." Mu Jianqin faintly smiled and looked at Zhao Lu. Suddenly, his aura violently surged out. He looked at Zhao Lu, and there seemed to be a sword-shaped radiance in his eyes. Runes flashed in his eyes, and his voice suddenly became sharp. He said, "The family affairs of Hahuan's school have nothing to do with me. But if anyone dares to besiege the Demon King, Du Xiaofu today, I, Mu Jianqin, will intervene. What can you do to me?" Rumble! As Mu Jianqin stood up, his aura surged out. Behind him, numerous Saman Sword Sect's disciples stood together. Their auras suddenly swept out. Facing the Hahuan school, the Saman Sword Sect's disciples had never been afraid. Looking at the Saman Sword Sect's lineup, Zhao, Lu, Zhang, and Teo, and the other Hahuan school's experts suddenly trembled in their hearts. They weren't really afraid of the Saman Sword Sect's experts. Although everyone was involved in eliminating the demons this time, the various major powers didn't send out any true super experts. At most, each major power would send 1 or 2 super experts to stand guard, and they would be able to protect their own sect's disciples in times of need. Therefore, the various major powers didn't send too many super experts to the Hahuan school. They wouldn't be able to threaten the Hahuan school. However, to the Hahuan school, they weren't afraid of Mu Jianqin's group. Instead, they were afraid of the enormous Saman Sword Sect behind Mu Jianqin's group. This was the shocking power of a super sect. At this moment, when the surrounding major sects saw the Saman Sword Sect and the Hahuan school clashing in the blink of an eye, their expressions changed inwardly as they observed the situation. Mu Jianqin, I'm the main character today, okay? Can you not steal the limelight? Looking at the scene before them, even the 2 beautiful women at the peak of the Origin Immortal Realm had their attention focused on Mu Jianqin. This made Du Xiaofu unable to help but roar. He was clearly the main character of this matter. Who would have thought that the moment Mu Jianqin opened his mouth, he would attract everyone's attention? Du Xiaofu didn't know why, but he felt a little displeased. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to deal with their siege, so I had no intention of interfering. Mu Jianqin looked at Du Xiaofu. He raised his sharp gaze and curled his lips. It's just a siege. It's not like I haven't been besieged before. Du Xiaofu's disdainful gaze swept across the 2 beautiful women. He said to Mu Jianqin, "Don't tell me that you think such trash can do anything to me? You're looking down on me." Mu Jianqin's eyebrows twitched as he shot a glance at Du Xiaofu. Then he withdrew his aura and sat down facing Du Xiaofu. He looked at Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and the 2 beautiful women and said, "I won't interfere in this matter. You all continue." Seeing Mu Jianqin's reaction, the Saman Sword Sect disciples behind him were stunned. Then they could only withdraw their auras and quietly follow behind him. Mu Jianqin's reaction made the people of the Hahuan school a little confused. Du Xiaofu also frowned and helplessly rolled his eyes at Mu Jianqin. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Mu Jianqin. Normally, he would only look at the general Yin Machin, Ghost Child Liu Xiao, Guo Xiaofeng, Qinling, and the others. Kill! The 2 beautiful women, one cold and one hot, stared at each other. They didn't hold back and immediately launched an attack. The 2 figures rushed out at the same time, covered in resplendent runes. The 2 figures were like ghosts as they pounced on Du Xiaofu. Their auras shook the void and rumbled. Sizzle! The 2 women attacked at practically the same time. A surging wave of scorching flames and a wave of bone-chilling cold that was enough to shake space locked down the space around Du Xiaofu from the left and right. Then they violently slammed into Du Xiaofu's body. Rumble! The 2 energies, one cold and one hot, collided and exploded the space. Then the sound resounded through the clouds. However, Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out like a ghost amidst the explosion of energy. Golden light burst out and his figure fluttered like a god. In an instant he appeared in midair. Roar! Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and waved. The purple-gold heavenly palace that was stabbed into the square immediately flew into the air and was held tightly in his palm. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's purple gold heavenly palace sword directly slashed towards the beautiful woman who was using the ice divine ability. It was simple, but extremely domineering. Overbearing sword way. With a cold gaze, Du Xiaofu directly sent a purple gold sword light towards the beautiful woman who was emitting the ice divine ability. At this moment, Du Xiaofu attacked ruthlessly. His eyes were filled with coldness. The beautiful woman was also very strong. She was at the peak of the chaotic element martial venerable realm and was almost close to the nirvana martial venerable realm. Her ice divine ability was emitting from her body. Frost filled the void and was extremely cold. It could freeze the primordial spirit and physical body of those who were weaker. 1,000 miles of ice seal. The beautiful woman instantly made her move. A palm print, accompanied by the flickering of the color-changing talisman, erupted with profound qi and turned into a torrent of ice, freezing the void and blocking Du Xiaofu's purple gold sword light. She also wanted to freeze the sword light and shatter Du Xiaofu's sword light in the void. The beautiful woman had probably underestimated the power of Du Xiaofu's sword. With Du Xiaofu's peak, transcendent martial, venerable realm cultivation, if he used his full strength without relying on the talisman Dao, just the strength of his physical body alone would be enough to destroy someone of the same cultivation level. It would be easy for him to fight against a chaotic element martial venerable. Moreover, he was using the purple gold heavenly palace and the overbearing swordway. Chi, chi, chi! The frozen void was directly shattered by Du Xiaofu's sword. The purple gold sword light was like a purple gold thunderbolt that cut through the void and swept towards the beautiful woman with a terrifying sword intent. The beautiful woman was surprised. In an instant, the runes around her body surged and froze the space. Runes spread out from a huge ice pillar and condensed in front of her. Ka-ka! However, the ice pillar could not stop the purple gold sword light and was directly shattered in midair. Dang dang! The beautiful woman's delicate body staggered a few steps back. Her eyes were cold. She knew that she had misjudged her opponent. The lesson of Lezuan's mistake was in front of her. Walala! Almost at the same time, the beautiful woman who cultivated the fire divine ability had already attacked. Her graceful figure floated in midair and swooped down. Her hair hung loosely, and her eyes shot out waves of fire runes. However, she revealed an icy cold and ghastly aura. A large amount of blazing flames rolled and turned into a wave that directly engulfed Du Xiaofu. Facing the rolling wave of flames, Du Xiaofu stood in the void and suddenly turned his head. His face was cold and his eyes were fluctuating with golden light. His body was like a boulder, unmoving and unmoving. He did not even have the intention to dodge. Chila! The void trembled. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, as if she could cross the space. The person's delicate hand formed a seal. Then, a dazzling rune turned into a wave of rune energy that flickered and illuminated the void. It also collided with the rolling flames like a wave. Rumble. It was as if a thick energy had exploded. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded, causing the void to tremble. It made people gasp. The person who came was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 30s and looked very young. She had a thin layer of makeup on her face, and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. She was the laughing Rakshasa, Tang Meiling. Tang Meiling, you're actually not dead. When she saw Tang Meiling appear in front of her, she was suddenly shocked and lost her voice. Her eyes trembled violently. At the same time, Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and many other people from the Hahuan school were also surprised. Tang Meiling looked at the beautiful woman. Her watery eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. She had a faint smile that was enough to move the hearts of all the men in the world. However, at this moment, there was a terrifying chill in her eyes. She muttered softly, "Senior Sister Mahua, there are some debts that we should settle properly." Chapter 12:10. You're really lucky. However, instead of escaping properly, you dare to appear. You're courting death. The beautiful woman, wrapped in an icy aura, seemed to be more afraid of Tang Meiling compared to Du Xiaofu. Her beautiful figure immediately shot into the air and stood beside Emohua. The two faced each other, faintly forming a mysterious joint attack. Their invisible aura soared as they joined forces to fight against Tang Meiling. I'm the main character today. Du Xiaofu held the purple gold heavenly tower as he hovered in the air. His face was filled with bitterness. Mu Jianqin had stolen his limelight at the start. Now it was being stolen by Tang Meiling. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Du Xiaofu directly retreated to the side and landed on the square. Since Tang Meiling had appeared, Su Muxin should naturally come as well. There was no need for him to interfere. Is this all you can do with your combined strength? Following Du Xiaofu's retreat, Tang Meiling's lovely smile was dark and cold at the same time. She directly attacked without any restraint. With a wave of her hand, the sleeves of her dress shook. With her as the center, the surrounding natural energy gathered at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it transformed into a resplendent rune light screen. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost at the same time, Tang Meiling's beautiful figure split into 9 figures within the light screen. The 9 figures were exactly the same. 9 rune energy pillars were like lightning, carrying a wild and violent force and resplendent light as they swept towards Emohua and Mu Jianqin at lightning speed. Emohua and Mu Jianqin's joint attack erupted. 2 auras, one hot and one cold, merged together in a mysterious manner. Ice and fire connected, blocking the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, low and deep energy sounds rang out at the same time, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Stomp, stomp! Emohua and Mu Jianqin's delicate figures staggered. The 2 of them had joined forces to resist Tang Meiling, but it seemed that they were still at a disadvantage. Tang Meiling, you're courting death! A low and deep roar resounded across the square. Zhang Anteo's figure appeared, instantly transforming into a series of afterimages as he pounced towards Tang Meiling. Swish! The runes in his hand shone brightly and turned into a long spear. Like a sharp arrow, Zhang Anteo directly pierced towards Tang Meiling. That terrifying momentum silently distorted the void. The long spear pierced through the void as fast as lightning, causing people to feel a chill and their hair to stand on end. Chila! Suddenly, right at this moment, a stream of light descended from high above in the sky like a bolt of lightning, and it blasted onto the spear that was condensed from dazzling talisman markings before Zhang Anteo. Boom! The 2 collided, erupting with dazzling runes. The sound of the energy collision wasn't loud, but the surging energy swept through the entire Hahuan school. Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, the 2 of you seized power, imprisoned elders, and killed fellow disciples. How should you be punished? As the energy exploded, a sharp voice rang out. From midair, a dozen figures flew over. Their auras swept through the square. In the lead was a woman in a dark purple dress. Her purple clothes were otherworldly, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were clear and bright, flowing with multicolored light, emitting a bewitching charm. Her beauty was soul-stirring. When the purple-clothed woman appeared, Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and Emo, whose expressions changed the most. Among the dozens of Hahuan school experts behind Zhao Lu, many of them raised their heads with trembling gazes. Those elders haven't seen them for a long time. Why are they all here? That purple-clothed woman in front of those elders looks very familiar. She seems to be the schoolmaster. The Hahuan school's disciples discussed animatedly. At this moment, the elders behind the purple-clothed woman all had anger in their eyes. They were all elders who had disappeared from the Manchu for a long time. As for the purple-clothed woman, the Hahuan school's disciples also faintly felt a sense of familiarity. It seems like the school master imprisoned those elders. Among the Hahuan school's disciples, a disciple cautiously whispered, "It seems like it's getting more and more lively." The gazes of the various major factions in the area were watching the unforeseen events that had happened one after another in the Hahuan school today. At this moment, all of them were watching with interest. Since it didn't concern them, they just sat there and watched the show happily. Quite a few elders have been imprisoned. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. The bewitching woman who had arrived at the end was naturally Su Muxin. Behind her were more than a dozen elders, burly men and women. All of them had extraordinary auras and were all supremacy experts. Among them, 2 were chaotic element supremacies, while the other 3 were transcendence and 8-star transcendent talisman masters. However, from the looks of it, they seemed to have suffered a little while being imprisoned. Ji Jian stood quietly behind Su Muxin. Although she was talented, she wasn't qualified to interfere in this kind of situation. Thank you all for coming to Hahuan School. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of all of you. The Hahuan School's schoolmaster, Zhao Lu, is plotting to seize power and usurp the throne. In a while, our Hahuan School will be cleaning up the school. Please take a seat. Su Muxin, thanks you all. Su Muxin stood in the air. Her purple dress fluttered slightly as she was wrapped in multicolored light. Every movement of hers exuded an aura that was noble and dignified, causing people to revere her. Looking at Su Muxin in the air, that invisible aura made Du Xiaofu's heart fluctuate. He secretly sighed in his heart. This woman was indeed not simple. Just her aura alone was much stronger than Zhao Lu's. Looking at that charming yet dignified and noble woman, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of many figures. Whether it was the tomboy Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Sima Muhan, etc. They all had their own temperaments, but that kind of majesty and charm was unique to Su Muxin. As for that formless aura, it was something that only Morong Yuruo possessed. However, in terms of cultivation strength, Morong Yuruo was much weaker. Morong Yuruo's temperament was also ancient, like a banished immortal. It was the complete opposite of Su Muxin's charm. Su Muxin, she's Su Muxin. So Su Muxin is a woman? I didn't expect that the dignified, alluring phantom Su Muxin is actually a woman. No wonder she's so familiar. She's indeed Su Muxin. Su Muxin's name immediately caused quite a commotion in the lineup of the major forces in the surroundings. The alluring phantom Su Muxin had left behind many legends in Shangzhou. Hahuan School had fallen further and further behind in recent years. But 20 years ago, with the appearance of Su Muxin, Shangzhou had no choice but to re-evaluate Hahuan School. It was rumored that 20 years ago there was a grand event in Shangzhou. At that time, the number 1 person among the same generation in Shangzhou was Gongsun Mingjian, the junior brother of the Saman Sword Sect's sect master Mu Tianhong. He was known as the junior brother of the Saman Sword Sect's sect master, Gongsun Mingjian. But later on, Gongsun Mingjian met Su Muxin and was defeated by Su Muxin in 3 moves. From then on, the number 1 person among the younger generation in Shangzhou was Su Muxin. Her name, alluring phantom, had thoroughly resounded throughout Shangzhou. On the square, Zhao Lu's alluring gaze looked at Su Muxin in the sky. A cold smile gradually appeared on her middle-aged, but still charming face. Su Muxin, you deceived the Manchu. As a woman, you're no longer a virgin. You let Du Xiaofu go. The elders have already decided to remove you from the position of sect master and throw you into prison. But you killed your fellow disciples and escaped. Today, the one who should clean up the sect is me. Or else die, Zhao Lu said gloomily. She didn't know why Su Muxin didn't die in the Forbidden Land. But if she didn't thoroughly deal with this problem today, there would be endless troubles in the future. So Su Muxin is no longer a virgin. I wonder who had the opportunity to obtain her. Is it someone above Shangzhou? What a pity. I wonder who got it. As Zhao Lu's voice fell, the surrounding sects were in an uproar. Not many people were interested in the rules of the Hahuan school. But at this moment, the gossip of who the alluring phantom Su Muxin's virginity had fallen into caused quite a commotion. Many middle-aged experts of the various sects were also envious and sighed inwardly. According to the rules of the sect leader must remain a virgin if she cultivates the Yin Kuin taming tiger technique. Otherwise, she will not be able to become the sect leader. However, my dual cultivation of martial arts and talisman does not affect the Yin Kuin taming tiger technique. Su Muxin didn't reveal a trace of the commotion around her. Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Lu. Her graceful figure was dazzling. Her dress fluttered and her hair slightly danced. She was like a demoness who had descended, charming and charming, dignified and noble. Moreover, the elder group doesn't count. You imprisoned 14 inner sect elders first. The elder group's decision doesn't count at all. Now, I'm still the sect master of the Hahuan school. You seized power and killed your fellow disciples. Today, I'm going to clean up the school. Su Muxin's clear eyes surged with a cold light. Keek keek, Zhao Lu was slightly stunned. Then, she sneered and looked at Su Muxin. With just the few of you? Don't you know that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit? Today, you're walking right into the trap. Zhao Lu laughed sinisterly. She waved her hand and said, Elders, why aren't you capturing Su Muxin, the traitor? Whoosh whoosh. As Zhao Lu's words left her mouth, over 20 figures immediately flew out, and they stood in the sky along with Amohua and the other woman. Boom! Numerous elders erupted with runes, intending to join forces to suppress Su Muxin. There were still a dozen elders behind Zhao Lu. However, they looked at each other and seemed to be hesitating for a moment. Elders, do you have any other choice? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Do you think that you can reverse the situation with just those lowly servants? Zhao Lu turned her head and looked at the hesitating elders behind her as she sneered. The elders looked at each other with ripples in their eyes. They seemed to be even more afraid of Zhao Lu's words. Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and the rest have committed treason and disregarded the sect's rules. They seized power, and the elders were kept in the dark. Today, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. Su Muxin's gaze swept across the square and the joyful Union sect's elders in the air. Her soft voice resounded throughout the square, causing the space to tremble incessantly, causing the elders' minds to tremble. Some of the elders were shaken by Su Muxin's words. They looked at each other, but they were still more afraid of Zhao Lu. These elders were very clear that there was someone supporting Zhao Lu. However, the whereabouts of the old sect master behind Su Muxin was unknown. Perhaps the old sect master had fallen outside and no one knew. That was the most important thing. Don't be stubborn. Abandon the darkness and join the light. There's still a chance. A primordial chaos marshal, venerate elder behind Su Muxin, said to the other elders. Don't waste your breath. You prodigal dogs won't be able to turn the tables today. Zhao Lu walked out and stared coldly at Su Muxin. She sneered, You no longer have a chance. Why drag those stubborn old fogies to death with you? 20 years ago, the Hahuan school's sect master position did not belong to you. Let's end it where it started. You can find someone and we'll settle it ourselves. The winner takes all. Su Muxin looked at Zhao Lu and raised her eyebrows slightly. Out of the corner of her eyes, she subtly swept her gaze over Du Xiaofu, who was standing on the square below. Then, a ray of light shot out from her eyes as she looked straight at Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo. Both of you can come at me together. I alone am enough to deal with you. Junior sister, you won't be able to resist them if they join hands. Tang Meiling was worried and whispered to Su Muxin. Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo had already gained the upper hand in the battle not long ago. That might not be the case today. Su Muxin breathed lightly as her chest rose and fell. Then she walked out gracefully. Everyone stepped back. Zhang Anteo waved his hand. The elders and the two beautiful women, Emohua, stepped back, leaving a large space in the square for the two of them. Crackle! Su Mushin formed a seal with her hands. Runes shot out from the surroundings and surrounded the square. Rumble! In an instant, the center of the square trembled. A pillar of energy shot out from the sky. Then it condensed into a huge talisman array in the space around the square, solidifying the space around the square. This talisman array was not an offensive or defensive talisman array. It only solidified the space and the earth, preventing external forces from leaking out and destroying the earth. Su Mushin did not want the Hahuan school to be destroyed in the unavoidable battle. At their level of cultivation, once a battle broke out, it would be destruction. At this moment, the space around the square was solidified. The space trembled for no reason. An indescribable aura filled the air, causing the cultivators with lower cultivation to tremble. Those who were not strong enough would find it difficult to circulate their celestial qi in the solidified space. They would be greatly affected. Looking at Su Mushin's formation, the people from the various major forces all looked on in awe. Everyone could feel that Su Mushin had the intention to kill and was planning to clean up the school. However, the winner would be the king and the loser would be the bandit. The final result was not certain. As for the family affairs of the Hahuan school, the various factions had no intention of interfering. No matter who won in the end, the Hahuan school would suffer a huge loss. This might be a good thing for the various factions. Therefore, they were happy to watch the show. Kiki, you will die today. As Su Mushin's array condensed in the square, Zhang Anteo sneered and stepped into the air. He took the lead and pounced toward Su Mushin. The resplendent rune spear in his hand condensed again, emitting a dazzling light that was like an electric arc. Zhang Anteo attacked and stabbed toward Su Mushin. Whoosh! Zhang Anteo's speed was very fast. The solidified space did not have much effect on him. The aura of a peak nirvana martial, venerable, swept out from his body without reservation. It spread in all directions like a storm. It whistled through the sky and shook the clouds, causing the clouds to move. Su Mushin moved. Runes erupted from her beautiful figure and her hand seals condensed. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. A palm seal condensed in her delicate hand and emitted a dazzling divine radiance. It was like a falling meteorite with the power to distort space. It shook the square and instantly collided with the spear. Boom! The two collided and exploded the space. The terrifying destructive rune force did not leak out. As soon as the two collided, a yellow figure appeared behind Su Mushin like a ghost. Clouds filled the air and her eyes were alluring. It was Zhao Lu's figure. Coldness shot out from her eyes. From between her eyebrows, an aura that made one's heart tremble swept out and turned into a ferocious, strange beast phantom that occupied the void. It was a primordial spirit attack. Roar! The strange beast phantom roared as if it was alive. The sound waves swept in all directions, causing the primordial spirit in the Naiwan Palace in one's mind to be greatly affected. An 8-star peak nirvana spiritual talisman master. At the corner of the square, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his eyes and frowned. Chapter 1211. Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo had joined forces. One was a peak nirvana revered martial artist, while the other was a peak 8-star nirvana talisman master. Although Du Xiaofu knew that Su Mushin was already half a domain at the level of a spirit talisman master and was only half a step away from reaching 9-star, Du Xiaofu knew that Su Mushin was at the level of a spirit talisman master. However, Du Xiaofu was also worried. If they did not have absolute confidence, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo would not have chosen to fight Su Mushin alone. As Du Xiaofu's thoughts flashed, the battle in the square became more and more intense. Rumble! The battle between the three erupted with resplendent light, shaking the frozen space in the square and causing it to tremble. If not for the fact that Su Mushin had sealed the space in the square in advance, this space would have been completely destroyed. Zhang Anteo was a martial artist, while Zhao Lu was a talisman master. The two of them had a tacit understanding and complemented each other. Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo's talents were also extremely powerful. Su Muxin was a half-domain talisman master, but under the siege of the two of them, although she could resist, she could not effectively counterattack. Swish! Zhang Anteo's eyes were cold. The spear in his hand was so sharp that it made one's heart tremble as it pierced through the void. Runes erupted from Zhao Lu's body, and her primordial spirit energy swept out, jointly suppressing Su Muxin. The battle between the three of them caused the space to boil. Su Muxin fought 1 against 2, fighting against Zhang Anteo and Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and her aura soared into the sky, not reducing her majesty and charm. Su Muxin is already a half-domain talisman master. When she fought against Gong Sun Mingjian, she only displayed her martial cultivation. Gong Sun Mingjian's defeat was not unjust. If not for Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo's tacit understanding, and seemed to have cultivated the Hahuan school's yin-yang fusion technique, which complemented each other, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to defeat Su Muxin. In the crowd, many experts sighed at Su Muxin's strength. Martial Uncle Mingjian is only a chaos-revered martial artist now. Seimin Manchu, Mu Jianqin, looked at the shocking battle in the square, and his eyes rippled. Su Muxin's chaos-revered martial artist. This kind of martial artist talent is too rare. Behind Mu Jianqin, the old man with a vigorous aura also had a look of shock in his eyes. Su Muxin's strength was something that he could not compare to. Boom! Zhang Anteo attacked with all his might. The spear in his hand emitted a large number of resplendent runes that were incomparably blazing and dazzling. He and Zhao Lu's Mu joined Zhao Lu, Zhao Lu's Chu, Zhao Lu's Mu, Mu's Mu S Mu, Mu Mu's Mu's Chu's Chu Mu, SSS Mu's Mu's. Runes and Runes Mu's spirit was Master's Mu. Su Muxin, is that all you've got? You're going to lose today. Mu King God Mu Nan Mu. S Mu chooses her Mu's Mu. Kill. Zhang Anteo also activated his Run Huang martial vein, which almost merged with the spear in his hand. The spear burst out and pierced through the sky, heading straight for Su Muxin. At this moment, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo had already used their full strength. The invisible tacit understanding between them increased their might. Su Muxin was very calm. As the frightening, murderous aura shrouded her, she activated her mortal supremacy spiritual root, and the aura spread out in all directions like waves. Su Muxin dodged Zhang Anteo's attack, and a terrifying pressure of a human sovereign caused lightning and thunder to rumble in the sky. Su Muxin dodged Zhang Anteo's attack, and a terrifying palm print condensed and slammed toward Zhao Lu. At this moment, when the three of them unleashed their full strength, the pressure caused the surrounding Hahuan school disciples to tremble in fear. Most of them unknowingly felt their legs go soft. Around the square, some of the experts from the various forces were already trembling. Hahuan school is full of talented people. Those three are all terrifying people. Fortunately, there is internal strife. Otherwise, they would be able to lead Hahuan school to greater heights in the future. The elders of the various major forces sighed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle in the air above the square changed. The battle between the three of them ended almost instantly, and it was as fast as lightning. Deng Deng, Zhao Lu's delicate body, suddenly staggered backward, and some dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth for some reason. It made the cold smile on her face even more vicious. Chila! A long spear that pierced through the sky brushed past Su Muxin's ear, and she dodged it. However, the light burst out and shook the space, and a few strands of Su Muxin's hair were shaken off. They fell on her shoulder, and her hair began to dance in the wind. Mortal supremacy spiritual root is really powerful. Du Xiaofu looked at Su Muxin and was secretly amazed. Su Muxin's mortal supremacy spiritual root was on the same level as his master's revered weapon spiritual root. This woman was even a dual cultivator. In terms of martial Tao, her mortal supremacy spiritual root was even stronger than his master's revered weapon spiritual root. Yin and Yang are the same. Thousands of changes transform. The two of them joined forces and were still lightly injured. Zhao Lu and Zheng Anteo looked at each other with tacit understanding. At the same time, the two of them formed hand seals and runes burst out. Profound qi rushed into the sky, and the two energies of Yin and Yang converged, shaking the space. The experts of the various major forces looked at each other and could not help but tremble. What Zhao Lu and Zheng Anteo were using at this moment was definitely an extremely powerful divine ability. Rumble! Just as everyone's eyes trembled, Zhao Lu and Zheng Anteo had already condensed a huge black and white spatial halo. It distorted the void, and the aura was like the beginning of the world. When the black and white yin-yang halo appeared, the sky also trembled. This was not a simple power, but it carried the power of heaven and earth. It was the most terrifying. At this moment, Su Muxin also focused for the first time. She quickly formed hand seals, and a dazzling talisman rune burst out from her body. A great aura permeated from the void. As the terrifying aura spread out, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. When he felt the aura from Su Muxin's body pervading, Du Xiaofu's Qianyang dragon subduing trembled for no reason. Extreme yang from the earth origin white tiger. As soon as her voice fell, a huge white tiger condensed in front of Su Muxin. This was not an ordinary white tiger, but was condensed by the energy of heaven and earth, accompanied by a murderous aura. Roar! The white tiger pounced on the black and white halo, waving its tiger claws, wanting to tear everything apart. The terrifying aura shook the earth, and it was indescribably terrifying. In an instant, the huge white tiger and the black and white halo that distorted the sky collided. Rumble! The energy impacted the surrounding space, and it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Roar! The white tiger roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. The sound waves could be clearly seen rippling out like waves, and the energy spread out in all directions. The black and white halo released the energy of heaven and earth, as if it was the beginning of heaven and earth, and it suppressed everything. The white tiger waved its claws, and it had the power to shatter mountains and split the sky. On the black and white halo, there were layers of talisman runes, and they dissolved the white tiger's attack, faintly suppressing the white tiger. The white tiger's aura was terrifying, but the black and white halo was incomparably mysterious. The collision in the sky above the square was endless, and the talisman runes bloomed dazzlingly. Such a battle attracted the attention of everyone, and the top experts of the major forces were also watching intently. Roar! The white tiger roared endlessly, as if a divine tiger was looking down on the earth. Its power was unparalleled, and the talisman runes were dazzling. The tiger's roar swept across the sky. The black and white halo covered the sky like a heavenly net, and it was incomparably mysterious. It contained endless mysteries, and it continued to roar and attack the white tiger madly. The white tiger could not destroy the black and white halo, and it was getting more and more restrained. Su Muxin, so what if you cultivate the Koan Yin tiger subduing art? You can't do anything about the yin-yang fusion art. Zhao Lu sneered. She already had the upper hand. With the yin-yang fusion art activated, the two of them could even fight a real 9-star talisman master. Su Muxin was only a half-domain, so of course she could suppress them. Su Muxin's eyes narrowed. Last time in the ancient desolate space, she had received guidance from Domain Lord Rumeng, and her Kuan-in tiger subduing art had improved a lot. But now, Su Muxi knew that unless she used her final trump card, she would not be able to resist Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo. But if she used her trump card, Su Muxi knew that she would not have the strength to fight again, and it would be difficult to completely deal with Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, Zhao Lu would definitely not let the elders of the Hahuan school go. She would definitely purge the Hahuan school, and blood would flow like a river. Roar! The white tiger roared, and dazzling talisman runes bloomed in the sky. A murderous aura swept out, and the tiger claw tore the sky apart. A huge tiger claw appeared on the black and white halo, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Break! Zhang Anteo shouted. As Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo's hand seals condensed, a series of dazzling talisman runes burst out from the black and white halo. Its aura was monstrous, and it actually wanted to swallow the white tiger. Pucci! Some dark red blood flowed out from the corner of Su Muxin's mouth, and her face became pale. Not good. Tang Meiling's expression changed. She was the clearest. If it was a one-on-one fight, neither Zhao Lu nor Zhang Anteo would be a match for her junior sister. But at this moment, the two of them joined forces, and it was based on the yin-yang fusion art. It was a terrifying art that was closest to a heaven-class art. It was said that it was passed down from ancient times, and its power was terrifying. That kid also cultivated the Qianyang dragon, subduing art. Although his strength is not enough, at least he cultivated the Qianyang dragon, subduing art. Suddenly, Tang Meiling looked at the corner of the square, and then the light in her eyes changed. The person she was looking at had quietly disappeared. Chapter 12:12. In the square, the black and white halo swallowed the huge white tiger formed by Su Muxin. The white tiger exploded with countless runes, but in the end it could not hold on. Su Muxin is going to lose. Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo are working together to activate the yin-yang fusion art. That level of power is enough to fight against a martial domain realm cultivator. Hahuan School has many trump cards. Su Muxin's talisman master cultivation has also reached half domain. She has a human supreme spiritual root and can fight against an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator. But now, she is being affected by Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo's yin-yang fusion art. The experts of the various major forces sighed in low voices. They were all shocked. Qi. Su Muxin resisted with all her might. Blood flowed from the corner of her red lips again. It's unfair for two people to gang up on one. I'll join in the fun too. Suddenly a faint voice sounded. A purple figure appeared in the battle circle. It was Du Xiaofu, who had just disappeared. Purple lightning talisman runes covered his body. When Du Xiaofu appeared, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A vast aura suddenly swept out in all directions. This aura was powerful. It was filled with killing intent. It did not have any killing intent, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth. It could sweep across the sky and punish all living things. Go! Du Xiaofu appeared and activated his lightning martial vein. His body glowed and countless lightning runes erupted. A purple lightning bolt condensed and collided with the black and white halo. Rumble. With this strike, the lightning bolt distorted the black and white halo in the sky. Ripples surged in the black and white halo. The sound of thunder was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. The terrifying aura leaked out, causing countless people in the square to tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu attacked. With his peak transcendence cultivation and his lightning martial vein, his terrifying strength was enough to make even a chaotic element martial lord tremble in fear. What a terrifying demon king! The expressions of the experts from the four great powers changed as well. Considering Du Xiaofu's age and talent, They were even more shocked when they saw his terrifying strength explode out. However, although Du Xiaofu's attack was frightening, it did not have much of an effect on the black and white circle of light other than surging and boiling ripples. How can he be so strong? Du Xiaofu was shocked. He had activated his Thunder Martial Vein's full force attack, but it had no effect on the joint attack of Zhao Lu and Zhang Antao. What are you doing here? You're not strong enough to participate in this. I've said that I don't need you to interfere. Looking at Du Xiaofu's intervention, Su Muxin's expression was extremely complicated, even revealing a hint of anger. If you lose, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of Hehuan School. Du Xiaofu looked at Su Muxin, but he could only ponder these words in his heart. Looking at Su Muxin, the corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth twitched. In front of the heroes of the four great powers, he had to maintain some poise. However, what he really said to Su Muxin was, "We've gone through thick and thin together. Now that the two of them are bullying you, I naturally can't just stand by and watch. Even if I can't win, what's there to be afraid of? At least I can help you a little." Du Xiaofu's words rang out and landed in Su Muxin's ears. For some reason, Su Muxin's gaze was slightly dazed. Su Muxin had been dressing up as a man in Hehuan School since she was young. Although she dressed up as a man, she was still a woman in her heart. However, she was a woman dressed as a man and was also the sect master of Hehuan School. When had a man ever said such words to her? At this moment, even if she were to appear in front of others with her real identity, Su Muxin's status and cultivation were above Kyushu's. How many men of the same generation would dare to say such words to her? They would all feel ashamed of their inferiority. Du Xiaofu's words were heartwarming and seemed to have inadvertently touched a soft spot in Su Muxin's heart. However, in just a short moment, Su Muxin fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu and angrily said, "Who wants to go through thick and thin with you? I don't need you to interfere. Leave. You don't know how to appreciate my good intentions. Do you think I want to interfere?" Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. However, he didn't have the time to complain at this moment. Following his appearance, Zhao Lu and Zhang Antao's killing intent had also locked onto him. From within the black and white circle of light, a long spear condensed from energy rune shot towards Du Xiaofu with the force of a thunderbolt. Whoosh! The energy rune long spear shot out with a terrifying aura. Just the fluctuations in the surroundings caused the space to crack and distort, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Du Xiaofu's expression also changed. Lightning surged within his eyes, sharp and terrifying. His hand seals changed and golden light enveloped the surroundings. Under the premise of activating the Thunder Martial Vein, a tyrannical and fierce aura suddenly swept out. His fist carried a faint dragon roar and divine elephant cry as it rushed towards the rune-long spear. Bang! The fist and the energy rune-long spear collided. Astonishing energy swept out, and a strange rumbling sound rang out in the air. Du Xiaofu's body was also shaken back by dozens of feet. Dang dang! When Du Xiaofu's body stabilized, he had just retreated to a place not far from Su Muxin. He waved his numb fist. There was some pain on his fist and some scratches on his skin, but that was all. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu's defense, is so strong. The experts around the square with sharp eyes cried out in surprise. That energy rune long spear was enough to kill a peak chaotic element martial honorable in a direct confrontation. As for that Demon King, Du Xiaofu, he was not injured at all. That level of defense was unimaginable. If you want to defeat the two of them, you have to first break their yin-yang fusion art. With your and my current strength, there is only one chance. Su Muxin looked at the retreating Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. She bit her red lips and transmitted her voice. The runes on her body glowed and her hair danced. Her graceful figure was enveloped in a dazzling halo of light. She was very charming. What chance? Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, we'll just wait to be defeated. Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to Su Muxin. Looking at the charming woman, he could not help but mutter in his heart. When this woman was dressed as a man, her genderless beauty could charm all the women in the world. Her current appearance was definitely a disaster. However, there were probably not many men who would dare to provoke such a terrifying woman. Su Muxin gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. Activate the Qianyang Dragon Subduing Art and condense the Universe Dragon Tiger Art with me. No problem. Du Xiaofu immediately nodded. After all, he had also cultivated the Qianyang Dragon Subduing Art. This is the first time we are fusing the Universe Dragon Tiger Art. We need to keep our minds clear and free of distracting thoughts. There might be some illusions during the process. If an accident happens, we will be severely injured at best. At worst, we will go berserk. Su Muxin's soft voice transmission was heard. For some reason, a slight blush and helplessness crept onto her delicate face. I will be careful. Du Xiaofu nodded and replied. Then let's begin. I will use my spiritual root to stop them. However, it will only last for about 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if we are unable to fuse the Qianyang Dragon Subduing Art and the Kuan Yin Tiger Art into the Universe Dragon Tiger Art, we will be in real trouble. Su Muxin stared at Du Xiaofu with a warning in her eyes. She continued to transmit her voice. Be careful. You must not be confused by the illusions. If you dare to let your imagination run wild, I will not be courteous to you. As her voice fell, Su Muxin formed a hand seal. A mysterious rune between her eyebrows swept across the sky and directly turned into a mysterious rune light that enveloped the sky in front of her. The mysterious rune light was like a waterfall that fell from the 9 heavens, isolating the 2 of them. As the mysterious rune light turned into a waterfall that appeared in the sky, it exploded with dazzling runes. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing the primordial spirits in the Naiwan Palace in the minds of the people around them to feel like they were about to explode. What kind of magical power is that? Feeling the terrifying pressure, many people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. That is Su Muxin's human supreme spiritual root. She has already used the last of her spiritual root transformation. This is something that only a 9-star spiritual talisman master can do. I didn't expect her to be able to do it. Her talent is really terrifying. Someone revealed a serious expression on behalf of Su Muxin. With a shocked expression, he said she is just stalling for time with her human supreme spiritual root. I don't know what she has to prepare. Once her human supreme spiritual root is broken, she will be in big trouble. Seeing the internal strife in the Hahuan school today, the major forces also felt the depth of the Hahuan school's foundation. The Hahuan school was definitely qualified and had its own foundation to be able to survive in Shangzhou. Su Muxin, Zhao Lu, and Zhang Anteo of the Hahuan school alone were the most terrifying existences among their peers in Shangzhou. Quick! Activate the Qianyang Dragon Subduing Art and merge with me. We don't have much time. After her spiritual root transformed, Su Muxin immediately sat cross-legged in the sky. She formed a hand seal and activated the Yin Kuan Tiger Subduing Art. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be careless at this moment. After hearing what Su Muxin said, he immediately sat opposite her. He formed a hand seal and activated the Qianyang Dragon Subduing Art. Chapter 12:13. Gather the energy of heaven and earth to replenish my qi. Gather the essence of heaven and earth to replenish my essence. Gather the spirit of heaven and earth to replenish my spirit. Gather the energy of heaven and earth to create me. Gather the energy of heaven and earth to replenish my life. If the energy of heaven and earth continues to replenish my qi. As Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, his hand seals formed and large patches of mysterious talisman patterns lingered on the surface of his body. Su Muxin sat cross-legged in the air with her eyes slightly shut. At the same time, circles of mysterious talisman patterns also surged out from the surface of her body. The mysterious talisman patterns that emanated from Su Mushin's body invisibly connected with the mysterious talisman patterns on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. In the end, they converged together, enveloping the two of them within a circle of light at the same time. Qi La, the black and white circle of light, distorted the void. Under its vast and terrifying aura, it finally swallowed the 1,000 feet large white tiger shadow. Don't tell me they, after swallowing the huge white tiger, Zhao Lu and Zheng Anteo's eyes met. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Su Mushin were sitting cross-legged behind the spiritual root manifestation seal. They seemed to have sensed something. Faintly, a look of horror appeared in their eyes. Not good. We can't let them succeed. Zhao Lu bellowed gloomily and immediately urged the black and white aperture to appear and distort the void. It erupted with terrifying power and immediately swept towards Su Mushin's spiritual root seal that was blocking the void. Rumble. The vast power spread and pressed down, causing the spiritual root seal that Su Mushin had set up to tremble. However, the terrifying power contained within Su Mushin's human sovereign spiritual root manifestation was definitely not easy to deal with. The mysterious talisman patterns erupted and directly resisted. Walala, the two of them violently collided together. Runes shot out and seemed to be able to crush and destroy everything. Just the aura that had spread out from the frozen space of the square was enough to make one's heart palpitate. If not for the measures that Su Mushin had set up earlier, not to mention the square, even the entire Hahuan school would have been razed to the ground. The gazes in the surroundings were aghast. The majority of the gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Su Mushin. It was not difficult to guess what kind of trump card the Demon King, Du Xiaofu and Su Mushin, were currently forming. Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Mirage were Su Mushin. The trump card of those two was the 4 of the 4. The 4 was the final victor of the 4s. Looks of that send. Su Mirage, Su. That. Su. Mu Jianqin curiously watched from within the Sa Meng sword sex formation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was wrapped in talisman runes. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind. He entered the state of emptiness and circulated the Qianyang dragon subduing art. He felt as if he had merged with something. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. Du Xiaofu felt an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was immersed in his mother's embrace. Suddenly, light flickered before his eyes. Du Xiaofu felt as if he had appeared in a lake of wine and a forest of meat. There were many beautiful women laughing and chatting. That place was filled with red lanterns, green wine, soft, red, fragrant soil, and cauldrons. The many beautiful women gradually became naked. They touched each other and let go of their restraints. It was a scene of drunkenness. The people of this world are greedy for the pleasure of the female cauldron. They call it plucking. Originally, it was a matter of death. But now it's called the Tao of immortality. Du Xiaofu's mind sank. He remained unmoved and his heart remained clear. Suddenly, the scene before Du Xiaofu's eyes changed again. It was a peerless beauty. She was incomparably alluring and devastatingly beautiful. You can dual cultivate with me. You and I will cultivate together. Refine qi into spirit. Refine the spirit back to the void. And refine one's foundation. In the future, we will be able to progress together. The woman spoke softly. Her clothes slowly fell to the ground. Her skin was as white as snow. She was graceful and alluring. Cultivate one's nature. Refine one's spirit. Refine one's life. Connect yin and yang. Refine qi into spirit. Refine one's spirit back to the void. Refine one's foundation. Eliminate all distracting thoughts and progress together. It's just a medium grade. Du Xiaofu's mind was still unmoved. His heart remained clear. He was completely unmoved. However, Du Xiaofu's mind was firm. He was still unmoved. At this moment, if the seniors of the Hahuan school, who had cultivated the heaven and earth dragon tiger technique, knew that Du Xiaofu had passed the first 2 stages of the illusions so easily, they would probably crawl out of their graves in shock. The 2 stages of the illusions seemed simple, but they were definitely not easy to pass. No matter how strong one's talent was, or how strong one's state of mind was, it would be difficult to pass them in one go. The illusions seemed simple, but once there was a trace of wavering, the illusions would change and become continuous. The 2 stages of the illusions made one sink deep into a quagmire. One could only sink deeper and deeper, and it would be difficult to break free. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had always been very strong. His state of mind had been tempered to be indomitable. Under the cultivation of the remnant of the mysterious technique, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had also become extremely different. Later on, the purple gold profound bomb had forged his primordial spirit. At this moment, he still had 2 types of spirit thunder in his body. He also had the 9 revolutions divine, Lei Lian, in his Naiwen palace. With so many opportunities gathered on his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was unknowingly fully armed. As long as his primordial spirit remained clear-headed, his state of mind could not be shaken. Qi-la! The scene before Du Xiaofu's eyes changed again. The illusions in his mind changed for the 3rd time. It was an illusory space. In the space it was misty. Clouds and mist lingered, and he could not see anything. His state of mind slowly approached. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He looked around with his state of mind, and gradually a light appeared in front of him. When the light appeared, Du Xiaofu's state of mind took a look. It was a mountain range filled with spiritual energy. The courtyard was exquisite, and there was a young man who was cultivating hard. He was sweating and crying. His eyes were firm and stubborn. The effort he put in was unimaginable to ordinary people. The young man worked hard and stubbornly. However, in the dead of night, he was looking at the stars in the sky. The young man's face was elegant. His hair was draped over his shoulders, adding to his charm. His eyes were clear and bright. They could compete with the most beautiful stars in the sky. The young man grew up and charmed everyone. He became the headmaster of the Hahuan school in one battle. After that, he left Shang province and defeated his peers. He was invincible. His name spread throughout the entire Shang province. However, every night, the charming young man stood alone on the mountain peak. His hair draped over his shoulders and extended to his buttocks, adding to his charm. His eyes were filled with yearning, revealing the blurriness and dreamy yearning of a young girl. In a cave, Du Xiaofu's state of mind took a look. It was a place that seemed very familiar. Inside the cave, Du Xiaofu's mind saw the seductive young man's hair fall behind his back. His dark purple satin robe slowly slid down, revealing a graceful and curvaceous body. On his beautiful face, his eyes were blurred, revealing a seductive aura that was enough to tempt all living things. "I want you." Du Xiaofu's state of mind saw himself in the cave. He was tightly hugging the charming woman in front of him. His eyes were red and his body was burning. He lowered his head and kissed her. "Don't want." The charming woman's breath was weak. However, Du Xiaofu saw that his lips had already landed on her blood-stained lips. He then began to greedily suck, invade, and plunder. She wanted to stop him, but in the end, she was too deep. She then responded. After a while, the woman's exquisite curves and jade-like body appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Every inch of her body was emitting a seductive aura. That woman was Su Muxin. Du Xiaofu saw it clearly. This scene had also appeared in his mind before. It was like a dream, but at this moment it was so vivid and clear. "Ah!" A delicate voice rang out. Su Muxin's body trembled as dark red blood seeped out from her lower body. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Her body was pure. After that, Du Xiaofu saw another familiar figure. It was Dongli Qingqing. Her cheeks were flushed, and the depths of her eyes were misty and moist. Inside the cave, a hidden fragrance floated. It was seductive to the bone, overturning rivers and seas. The spring scenery was enchanting and gentle and delicate, panting. All of this is real. Du Xiaofu's mind trembled violently. He originally thought that everything was a dream and was blurry. However, at this moment, it was clear before his eyes. Su Muxin and I, as well as Qingqing, have already. No wonder they disappeared, Du Xiaofu understood. His mind trembled, and the impact in his heart was not small. Chi, 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 chi. In the outside world, as Du Xiaofu's mind was impacted, above the plaza, Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin's aura began to become chaotic. Chapter 12:14. Keep your mind clear and merge with the heaven and earth dragon tiger technique. We will see the deepest and most unforgettable things in each other's hearts. No matter what you see, the most important thing right now is to merge with the heaven and earth dragon tiger technique. Just as Du Xiaofu's mind was trembling, Su Muxin's voice rang out in Du Xiaofu's mind, as if the two were originally one. Du Xiaofu recovered from his trembling mind and sucked in a breath of cold air. He had almost wasted all his previous efforts. If we clear our minds of all distractions, we will be able to merge the Qianyang dragon subduing art and the Kuan Yin tiger subduing art into one. When the time comes, we will be able to activate the heaven and earth dragon tiger technique. Su Muxin's voice once again rang out softly in Du Xiaofu's mind. Du Xiaofu cleared his mind of all distractions and channeled the Qianyang dragon subduing art, entering a mysterious and wonderful state. It felt like a second, but also like a day and also like a year. In that state, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had already connected with Su Muxin and merged with this world. It was like a fallen leaf in the wind or a fish in the ocean. Whoosh! In the air, the talisman mystic patterns on Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin's bodies grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, the energy of heaven and earth in this part of the world also began to inexplicably undergo an extremely peculiar change. It does seem a little abnormal. Some of the most powerful cultivators from the various major factions in the surroundings suddenly lifted their eyes to look at the sky. At this moment, this part of the world had unknowingly undergone a change. A formless pressure descended from the 9 heavens, seeping out from within the world. Under that pressure, even the most powerful cultivators from the various major factions began to feel a sense of dread. Break for me. After a long time of not being able to break through Su Muxin's spiritual roots radiance, Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo also became anxious. They urged the yin-yang unification art to form a black and white halo, using all their strength to crush it. The mysterious patterns of the black and white light circles shot out like the opening of heaven and earth. The energy went berserk and crushed towards the spiritual root light screen, set up by Su Muxin. Ka! The human supreme spiritual root light screen that Su Muxin had set up finally could not withstand it any longer. It began to crack and crumble under the monstrous energy. It was frightening. Walala! Finally, the human supreme spiritual root light screen, set up by Su Muxin, was completely shattered. The violent energy storm swept out, but after reaching a certain distance, it abruptly stopped and disappeared. Not good! As Su Muxin's human supremacy spiritual root light screen was shattered, many people's hearts were in their throats for Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. The faces of Tang Meiling, Mu Jianqin, Jiyan, and the others all changed as they became even more nervous. Die! Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo sneered as killing intent filled the air. The black and white halo pressed down with a terrifying momentum, intending to crush Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. At this moment, Su Muxin and Du Xiaofu, who were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes almost at the same time. Chi! As the two opened their eyes, dazzling light shot out from their eyes. Boom! The moment the two opened their eyes, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled violently for no reason. Heaven and earth in one. Yin and yang depend on each other. The two of them transmitted their voices at the same time as they formed hand seals. Their auras merged into one and invisibly communicated with heaven and earth. The dazzling, mysterious patterns of the talisman permeated from the firmament in an instant. Roar! When the two of them formed their last hand seal, a green dragon shadow and a white tiger shadow coiled in front of each of them. Soaring dragon and roaring tiger, coiling dragon and crouching tiger. The huge green dragon and white tiger shadows soared into the sky as heaven and earth met. The heaven and earth were connected, and a strange change occurred, causing the surrounding space to emit chaotic chi. Faintly discernible cracks appeared in the void. That oppressive aura was enough to shake one's heart. What a powerful aura! That's a true heaven-class cultivation technique. At this moment, the experts from the various major forces who were watching the ceremony were shocked speechless. That terrifying aura was a heaven-class cultivation technique, and that kind of pressure made them tremble. Heaven and earth dragon and tiger technique. At this moment, Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin stepped into the void as their auras erupted. Their auras surged, and their bodies emitted a monstrous aura. In an instant, the two of them counterattacked. Their auras were earth-shattering, and the clouds moved in all directions. Roar! The green dragon and white tiger shadows roared. They were huge and ferocious as they crossed the space, causing the space to tremble and rumble. The green dragon and white tiger shadows emitted a dazzling light with a monstrous aura. Then they directly collided with the black and white halo that distorted the void. At this moment, the pressure in the surroundings also reached its peak. Everyone's meridians and souls trembled, and their profound chi froze. Their bodies were trembling with fear. Everyone was terrified. What kind of divine ability was that? It actually had such divine power. The heaven and earth dragon and tiger technique is the treasure of the Hahuan school. It's rumored to have been lost for 2,000 years. It's a heaven-class cultivation technique. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the bodies of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin? In the Sa Meng sword sect, the vigorous old man beside Mu Jianqin cried out in shock. Rumble! The green dragon and white tiger shadows suddenly collided with the black and white halo. In the next moment, a monstrous light erupted and swept across the sky like a vast ocean, covering the surrounding sky. After such a collision, the unshakable black and white halo suddenly began to crack under the collision of the green dragon and white tiger. Then it couldn't withstand it and completely exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding space was torn apart as the space exploded. It looked gorgeous and destructive, as if the world was being destroyed. Shocking thunder resounded in the sky. The seal that Su Muxin had set up to freeze the space in the plaza also began to crack under such a terrifying energy. Rumble! Then the ground cracked and exploded, revealing a ravine. Gravel shot out and the earth shook. The terrifying aura leaked out like an avalanche, causing the faces of the Hahuan School's experts to change greatly. The faces of the experts from the various major forces also changed one after another. Suddenly, a large number of experts moved and gathered together to form an energy barrier, blocking the gorgeous and destructive energy in the plaza. Too strong! Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the strength of the collision between the four was actually so terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end. When the terrifying energy calmed down, the entire vast plaza was already in a mess, and the ground was cracked. PFFF, PFFF! In the air above the plaza, Zhang Anteo and Zhao Lu's bodies were directly pushed back. Their eyes were filled with shock, and blood spurted out of their mouths. Zhao, Lu, and Zhang Anteo were already heavily injured, and they were completely defeated, like arrows at the end of their flight. Universe Dragon Tiger Technique. You guys really cultivated the Universe Dragon Tiger Technique. Zhang Anteo and Zhao Lu's eyes trembled as they looked at Su Muxin and Du Xiaofu. Their yin-yang fusion technique was no match for the heaven and earth dragon tiger art. Although Du Xiaofu's cultivation was slightly weaker, Su Muxin was a half-domain expert. With the universe dragon tiger technique, she could easily crush Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo. Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, you two have usurped the throne and committed treason. According to the sect's rules, kill. Su Muxin soared into the air, her purple dress and hair fluttering. Killing intent surged in her eyes as she swept through the air and pounced on Zhang Anteo, who was closest to her. At this moment, Zhang Anteo's eyes were filled with fear. Runes erupted from his body, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Du Xiaofu soared into the air and pounced on Zhao Lu. His entire body was enshrouded in golden light, like a peerless divine bird soaring through the sky. Crackle! Su Muxin made her move. Runes flickered all over her body, and waves of mysterious runes rippled around her body. Her figure was like a ghost. When Su Muxin appeared in front of Zhang Anteo in an instant, the resplendent runes turned into numerous, dazzling palm imprints. The palm imprints seemed real, and they emitted a shocking pressure that seemed to be able to suppress everything. The terrifying power was extremely shocking. Su Muxin's eyes flickered strangely, and it affected Zhang Anteo's primordial spirit, causing him to tremble. Bang bang! Numerous palm imprints landed on Zhang Anteo's body, slapping him down from the air. PFFF! Zhang Anteo's body smashed into the ground from midair. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ground shook. As Du Xiaofu pounced toward Zhao Lu, the terror in Zhao Lu's eyes suddenly surged with a venomous glint. Zhao Lu was afraid of Su Muxin and the universe dragon tiger technique, not Du Xiaofu. As long as she killed Du Xiaofu, Zhao Lu guessed that the universe dragon tiger technique would be gone. Kid, you're not qualified. At the same time, Zhao Lu pounced on Du Xiaofu, her eyes filled with a strange light. Swish! A resplendent light suddenly shot out from between Zhao Lu's eyebrows. Its aura made one's heart tremble, and it turned into a resplendent spiritual sword. This spiritual sword pierced through the void. Instead of retreating, it advanced and stabbed towards Du Xiaofu's forehead. This was Zhao Lu's primordial spirit attack, the most dreadful primordial spirit attack of a spirit symbol master. In order to get rid of the haunting demon king Du Xiaofu in one fell swoop, Zhao Lu had directly activated her primordial spirit attack, wanting to get rid of him in one fell swoop. A primordial spirit attack. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not move. Just as the Yuan spirit attacking spirit sword was about to fly over, a bright silver-yellow lightning arc shot out from between his brows, as if it had materialized. Rumble! The silver-yellow lightning arc was like thunder, accompanied by an aura that caused all primordial spirits to tremble. It swept out with lightning speed and directly collided with the former. Almost with an unstoppable force, the silver-yellow electric arc directly smashed apart Zhao Lu's spiritual sword primordial spirit attack. Chapter 1215. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. in terms of primordial spirit attacks. Du Xiaofu was currently the most confident. Du Xiaofu's cultivation had already reached the level of an 8-star primordial spirit talisman master. His primordial spirit was originally powerful and vigorous. Furthermore, he had fused 2 types of spirit lightning soul seeds and spirit root into one. The heavily injured Zhao Lu's primordial spirit attack was nothing to Du Xiaofu. After shattering Zhao Lu's primordial spirit attack and destroying her primordial spirit sword, Du Xiaofu was also quite astonished. After fusing 2 types of spirit lightning soul seeds and his own unique spirit root, his primordial spirit had a vast power that was incomparably powerful, as if it could suppress all primordial spirits. Puff, puff! After her primordial spirit attack was damaged, Zhao Lu once again spat out dark red blood. Her face was as pale as ash, and the originally alluring gaze in her eyes was now filled with fear, leaving a mark and energy on my body to let me undo the seal, and finally wanting to kill me. Not bad at all. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, his entire body erupting with golden light. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Towards someone who had once wanted to kill him, Du Xiaofu would not let them go. Bang! Almost at the same time, Su Muxin's beautiful figure landed on the square. A stream of light swept through the sky and once again landed on Zhang Anteo's body, causing his struggling body to be blasted away along with a mist of blood. The surrounding Hahuan school disciples were aghast. Those elders who followed Zhao Lu and Zhang Anteo looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with shock. Zhao Lu's eyes were filled with fear. She had already suffered a crushing defeat, but her eyes were soon filled with resentment and a cold sneer. She had not lost yet. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin, Zhao Lu's voice was ear-piercing and cold as she said, "You think you've won? Unfortunately, you won't win. Even if you cultivate the universe dragon-tiger technique, you still won't win." Kiki! When her sneer fell, Zhao Lu coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. A cold light surged, causing people to feel a chill. Looking into the depths of the sky, she loudly said, "Master, please clean up the Hahuan schools. There really is someone behind this." Du Xiaofu's gaze darkened, a chilling intent surging within his eyes. A claw imprint of golden light abruptly swept across the air, distorting the void. A tyrannical and fierce aura instantly shook the void, spreading toward Zhao Lu in an instant, intending to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hahuan School is not a place for a junior like you to act impudently. In that split second, a figure like a ghost appeared in front of Zhao Lu. The newcomer was an old woman in her 70s. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her face was cold. Her skin was loose, and she stretched out her hand, distorting the space. Circles of black spatial cracks spread from her palm, as if she was squeezing the space in her palm. She directly crushed Du Xiaofu's golden claw. A terrifying aura descended upon the square. As the aura spread out, the entire Hahuan school seemed to freeze. 9-star Spirit Talisman Master. Beside Mu Jianqin of the Sa Meng Sword Sect, the old man with a vigorous aura suddenly stood up, his eyes trembling. That was the aura of a true 9-star Spirit Talisman Master. "Impudent in my Hahuan school, go to hell!" The old woman appeared and crushed one of Du Xiaofu's golden claw imprints. Her flabby palm was covered with runes, and it immediately became resplendent. It transformed into a palm imprint that directly slammed towards Du Xiaofu's forehead. A terrifying energy shook space. "Kiki," Zhao Lu sneered. In her imagination, she already knew the result without even looking. Under her master's attack, Du Xiaofu was dead for sure. "Be careful!" At the edge of the square, Jian and Tang Meiling turned pale with fright. Their charming faces were filled with horror. "Be careful!" Su Muxin cried out in astonishment. She wanted to help, but a ghost-like figure of an old man appeared before her, and a resplendent, mysterious rune energy wrapped around her. "Martial Domain Realm." Su Muxin's eyes narrowed, and her charming face changed. She knew who the old man was. Crackle! Just as Su Muxin was about to defend herself, a yellow lightning quietly appeared and landed in front of Su Muxin. "Shameless thing! Haven't you embarrassed the Hahuan school enough?" As the old man cursed, the resplendent, mysterious runes that wrapped around Su Muxin were destroyed, and a palm imprint landed on the old man's face. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out, and the old man with a martial domain realm cultivation was sent flying like an ant. As the supreme elder of the Hahuan school, you allowed your disciple to run amok, and now you even dare to attack a disciple who cultivates the universe dragon-tiger technique. Do you think the sect rules don't exist and no one can deal with you? At the same time, an indifferent female voice sounded out in front of Du Xiaofu. Just as the old woman's palm imprint was about to land on Du Xiaofu's forehead, a beautiful figure quietly appeared. As the beautiful figure appeared, a resplendent yellow arc of lightning quietly swept out from her body and directly appeared in the old woman's palm. Puchi! As the yellow arc of lightning descended, the old woman seemed to have suffered a heavy injury. The palm imprint dissipated as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with shock as her old body was sent flying. All of this happened in the time it took to breathe. It was too much for the eyes to take in, and it was difficult for them to react. An old man, an old woman, a martial domain realm expert, and a 9-star spirit symbol master expert. At this moment, one of them was sent flying by a slap, while the other was sent flying. Both of them were vomiting blood. At this moment, in the sky above the plaza, a wild and unruly middle-aged man with shoulder-length yellow hair and a middle-aged woman with a temperament appeared. The two of them floated in the air and looked around the plaza. The invisible aura that spread out from their bodies caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Greetings, Ancestral Master Ru Kuang and Ancestral Master Dreamlake. As the wild middle-aged man with shoulder-length yellow hair and the temperament woman appeared, Su Mushin's moving face heaved a sigh of relief and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Ancestral Master Ru Kuang and Ancestral Master Dreamlake. Ji Jian and Tang Meiling were stunned, and then their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Su Mushin immediately bowed. Greetings, Big Brother Kuang. Du Xiaofu was stunned. The ones who came were naturally Ru Meng and Ru Kuang. He then smiled bitterly. It seemed that although Ru Meng and Ru Kuang said that they would not interfere in the matters of the younger generation, they had been secretly watching. Seeing that the Hahuan School's martial domain realm and 9-star spirit talisman master had interfered, they finally appeared. Ancestor Ru Kuang, Ancestor Meng, the old man and the old woman who were sent flying stood together. When they heard Su Mushin, Tang Meiling, and the others bowing, their pale faces suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. The old man and the old woman stared at Ru Meng and Ru Kuang in the air. Their eyes twitched fiercely as they said, "You are the 36th generation sect master, the two ancestors, Ru Meng and Ru Kuang. Bastards, the Hahuan School is in a mess because of you, and you actually dare to usurp power. How should the 4 of you be punished?" Ru Kuang flew into a rage as he pointed at the old woman and the old man and cursed. "Ancestor, please calm down. There's a reason for this. It's..." Zhang Anteo struggled to get up as he sized up the situation that had suddenly appeared. His eyes trembled as he gritted his teeth in shock. He raised his head to look at the two ancestors and opened his mouth to explain something. However, before Zhang Anteo could finish his words, his face was slapped by Ru Kuang. Puchi! Blood and teeth spurted out from his mouth as Zhang Anteo's body was ruthlessly sent flying. Bastard, do you think I don't know anything? With my violent temper, I'll destroy you bastards today. Ru Kuang cursed loudly without any trace of politeness as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Ancestor, please calm down. We know our wrongs. The old woman and old man's eyes trembled as they immediately knelt down and kowtowed. In front of the 30th generation ancestor, they didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Zhao Lu trembled as her gaze changed greatly. She quietly knelt behind the old man and the old woman. She lowered her head and didn't say a word as her entire body trembled. Emo Hua and the other beautiful woman looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock as they immediately knelt on the ground. Dong Dong! The dozens of elders and protectors who followed Zhao Lu were all shocked. Their bodies trembled violently as their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. Chapter 12:16. Everyone, go to the heavenly prison first and wait for your punishment later. Domain Master Ru Meng scolded and waved his hand at the old man and old woman. Yes, the old man, old woman, Zhao, Lu, and Mohua, and the others did not dare to disobey. Their bodies trembled as they left the square in a panic, as if they had been pardoned. At least for now, they had saved their lives. Greetings, ancestral masters. The remaining Hahuan school disciples and the group of elders and protectors who followed Su Muxin immediately bowed to Domain Master Ru Meng and Domain Master Ru Meng. These were two ancestral masters, frightening experts. Greetings, seniors. The experts of the various major forces all stood up and bowed. They were experts who had existed thousands of years ago, the 36th headmaster and sect supervisor of Hahuan School. Their strength was so great that no one dared to be careless. No need to be so courteous. Domain Master Ru Meng waved his hand and smiled. His gaze swept across the square, then landed on Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. He said, "Since everyone is here, let me also announce something. From today onwards, Du Xiaofu will be the sect supervisor of Hahuan School, and Su Muxin will continue to be the headmaster of Hahuan School. You can settle the rest yourselves." Whoosh whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Domain Master Ru Meng and Domain Master Ru Meng looked at each other, revealing faint smiles. Their figures instantly disappeared in midair. How did I become the sect supervisor of Hahuan School? Big Brother Kuang, I'm not a disciple of Hahuan School. Du Xiaofu was stunned. By the time he reacted, Domain Master Ru Meng and Domain Master Ru Meng had already disappeared. The expressions of the surrounding Hahuan School disciples and experts of the various major forces changed as Domain Master Ru Meng and Domain Master Ru Meng and Domain Master Ru Meng left. Greetings, Headmaster, Sect Supervisor. The surrounding Hahuan School disciples were stunned for a moment before they bowed, respectfully. Their voices rose and fell, resounding through the clouds. Demon King Du Xiaofu, the headmaster of Hahuan School. This is unexpected. Could it be that this guy and Su Muxin Mu Jianqin was puzzled for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face? Hahuan School, a grand event that attracted the attention of the entire Shangzhou, finally came to an end. However, the process was extremely complicated. The news that the two grandmasters of Hahuan School, Ru Meng and Ru Kuang, were still alive and that the Demon King Du Xiaofu had become the sect supervisor of Hahuan School spread to the entire Shangzhou from Hahuan School. At night, Hahuan School was still brightly lit. In front of a quiet courtyard, two young men stood tall and straight, looking at the sky. A bright moon hung in the sky. One of the young men was extraordinary. His sword-patterned robe fluttered slightly, and his gaze was sharp. The other young man stood tall and straight under a dark purple robe. He had a resolute and determined face. His eyes were clear as he looked at the bright moon without any ripples. "I knew you wouldn't die. That devil religion and divine light court couldn't do anything to you." Mu Jianqin looked at the night sky in front of him, as if he was sizing up the stars in the sky. "But my sect was annihilated, and my fellow sect members were massacred." Du Xiaofu clenched his fists in his sleeves. His eyes were suffused with a faint golden light. "According to the information that my Saman Sword sect received, the devil religion also exists in Shangzhou. I know that you are now in Hahuan School, so you should pay more attention," Mu Jianqin said. Du Xiaofu nodded, then asked Mu Jianqin, "How is the evil purifying alliance now?" Du Xiaofu also knew about the evil purifying alliance from Jijian, Su Muxin, and Tang Meiling. It should be the final battle soon. Those evil spirits are retreating in defeat and are gathering at the place where they were sealed. However, those evil spirits are getting stronger and stronger. Many of them are devouring each other and are becoming more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that many people will die in the final battle. Mu Jianqin raised his eyes slightly, then slowly turned around to look at Du Xiaofu and said, "But no matter what, those evil spirits must be completely wiped out this time. Otherwise, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. As cultivators, it is our duty to do so. Du Xiaofu nodded and looked at the extraordinary young man in front of him. In fact, he wasn't very familiar with this young man. They had only crossed paths in Tianhuang continent. I will be leaving tomorrow. The cleansing of the evil spirits is at the final juncture. Once an evil spirit breaks through to the domain realm, it will be really troublesome, even if the martial domain realm experts of the major forces take action. They may not be able to eliminate it. Mu Jianqin looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "You are now the school supervisor of Hehuan School, which is also a member of the Evil Purifying Alliance. I guess you won't have time to leave in the next few days. But if you are free, I hope you can go and lend a hand. With you, we will be more confident." "If I am free, I will definitely go." Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. Mu Jianqin looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his handsome face. His eyes turned slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "There is something I have been curious about. Can you tell me honestly?" "What is it?" Du Xiaofu looked at Mu Jianqin's expression and faintly felt that it wasn't a good question. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Hee." Mu Jianqin chuckled and looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. He said, "As far as I know, the school supervisor and schoolmaster of Hehuan School are usually dual cultivation partners. You and Su Muxin have also cultivated the universe dragon tiger technique. Could it be that you and her have already what?" Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Mu Jianqin. "Stop pretending. You know what I am asking." Mu Jianqin rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said with some envy, "Mu Jianqin, the alluring mirage. Back then, when you disguised yourself as a man, you were able to mesmerize countless young girls. Now that you've returned to your true appearance, you're incomparably beautiful and charming. You're really lucky. I'm afraid all the men in Shang Prefecture are jealous of you. Do you want to know?" Du Xiaofu looked at Mu Jianqin. If someone knew that he was hunted down by Su Muxin in the Tianhuang mainland, he wondered if they would still be jealous. However, after thinking about it carefully, Du Xiaofu felt that he didn't suffer any losses in the end. However, he didn't gain any advantage either. After all, he was still a virgin back then. Of course. Mu Jianqin looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded seriously. He was very curious. He wondered if the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the alluring phantom, Su Muxin, had done it before. Now that everyone in Shang province was guessing, it would be different if he was the first to know or if he heard it from the person involved. "If you want to know, you can ask her yourself. I'll take my leave first. Please do as you wish." Du Xiaofu turned around, waved his hand, and strode off. "Ask Su Muxin." "Forget it." Mu Jianqin shook his head and clicked his tongue inwardly. Su Muxin was a half-domain expert. He heard that Su Muxin's temper wasn't too good in the past. If he were to ask her about it, he would definitely be sent out on a stretcher. Du Xiaofu, wait. I still have something to talk to you about. I heard that men who cultivate the Hehuan School's cultivation method are different in certain areas. Can you tell me a bit about it? Mu Jianqin shouted and immediately chased after Du Xiaofu. As the leader of the Evil Purifying Alliance and the young sect master of the Saman Sword sect, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to ask such questions. It's fine. You're the only one here. Besides, men are all curious, and I'm no exception. I can't possibly ask someone else, right? The next morning, the entire Hehuan School was gently shrouded in a thin mist. In the Hehuan School's main hall, Du Xiaofu came to the Hehuan School's main hall for the first time. He was also called over by Ji Jian. She said that Su Muxin had something to tell him. Du Xiaofu stood in the main hall and saw Su Muxin. She had a graceful figure under her dark purple dress. Her hair cascaded down her slender waist, and her beautiful face had a pair of clear eyes that carried a natural charm. Looking at the woman in front of him, Du Xiaofu felt a little nervous. The scene he saw when he fused with the universe dragon tiger technique was real. The two patriarchs, Ru Meng and Ru Kuang, have come looking for me. Mo Bing, Mo Hua, Zhao Lu, and Zhang Anteo have been sent to the heavenly prison to reflect on their mistakes for 100 years. All the treasures of the Manchu have been taken away. The other elders have been demoted and punished severely. The two supreme elders have also been locked up in a forbidden area by the two patriarchs. If anyone dares to offend them again, they will be killed without mercy. Su Muxin said to Du Xiaofu. On her alluring face, her eyes were clear and seductive, but they carried a dignified aura and a hint of coldness. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Chapter 12:17. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was not surprised that Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and the two grand elders had not been executed. Back then, Du Xiaofu had killed several revered martial artists of the Hahuan school. Zhao Lu, Zhang Anteo, and the martial domain realm and 9-star spirit symbol master were the pillars of the Hahuan school. If they were really executed this time, it would cause the strength of the Hahuan school to plummet. This was definitely not a good thing for the entire Hahuan school. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was not surprised at all by the outcome. He was afraid that even Ramang and Kuang, the two domain lords, would not easily get rid of those people. However, with Ramang and Kuang, the two domain lords, they would most likely have absolute fear in the future. This matter does not have much to do with me. You just have to be careful. Du Xiaofu said. He did not have the chance to kill Zhao Lu and the others yesterday, but in the future the threat to him would be much smaller, so it was not a big deal. You are now the Hahuan school's school supervisor, so I have to inform you. Su Muxin said softly. Her voice was soft and gentle, and seemed to be filled with charm. Her cherry-like red lips rippled on her exquisite and flawless face. Her eyes looked at Du Xiaofu calmly as she said, If you are not willing to become the Hahuan school supervisor, you can look for Ramang and Kuang and explain it clearly to them. Where are Big Brother Kuang and the others? Du Xiaofu asked. I don't know where the two grand elders are. They said that after 2,000 years, they want to go out for a walk and see how many of their old friends are left. Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu, her clear eyes revealing traces of charm, soul-stirring. Her jet-black hair flowed down to her slender waist. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, Do you not want to become the Hahuan school's school supervisor that much? That's not what I meant. Du Xiaofu shook his head and leisurely raised his eyes. Holding his breath, he looked out of the main hall. It was early in the morning. The surroundings were cloudy and flowers were blooming. He sighed softly. Then why? Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Du Xiaofu sighed. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists, then relaxed them. He smoothed out his sleeves and suppressed his sadness, pretending that nothing had happened. He looked at Su Muxin and said, I was a disciple of Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy was destroyed in the end. I'm a disciple of the 7-star Hall. The 7-star Hall was massacred. My master, the revered equipment master, Xiahou Fenglei, is missing. No one knows whether my martial uncles are dead or alive. The Devil Religion's Divine Radiance Court is looking for me. If I become a disciple of the Hahuan school, I'm afraid that I'll bring trouble to the Hahuan school. Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu and didn't say anything. She smiled faintly and looked out of the main hall. At this moment, she walked gracefully and said softly, Don't worry. The Hahuan school isn't a school that can be destroyed by just anyone. The two patriarchs already know a little about your situation. At the same time, they wanted me to tell you that when the two patriarchs obtained the Thunder of Earth, they were also fought over by the Devil Religion. Now that the Thunder of Earth is in your possession, the two patriarchs want you to be on the lookout for the people from the Devil Religion. The people from the Devil Religion seem to be searching for spiritual minds. However, the Hahuan school isn't afraid of the Devil Religion. If the Devil Religion dares to come, they will have to pay a heavy price. The top cultivators of the Devil Religion are probably restrained by something and can't come out to fight. Su Muxin's beautiful figure was already outside the main hall. Her soft voice resounded in the main hall. She said, "All the major forces have left early in the morning. During this time, you can walk around the Hahuan School. You are now the headmaster of the Hahuan School. You can go anywhere. Maybe some mysterious places will be beneficial to you." Su Muxin had already left the main hall when she finished speaking. Du Xiaofu stood in the main hall for a while and then left as well. "Greetings, headmaster." "Greetings, headmaster." Walking in the Hahuan School, many disciples bowed to Du Xiaofu along the way. Their eyes were full of reverence and respect. Many female disciples even looked at him with charming eyes. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, was the leader of the 13 mystical heroes. He was the strongest of the younger generation in Kyushu. He was domineering twice in the Manchu. As a member of the younger generation, he was able to kill a chaotic element martial saint. This kind of strength was what all the Hahuan School disciples yearned for. Du Xiaofu found a few young disciples he met along the way and asked them about the Hahuan School. He learned that the Hahuan School had several mysterious places that could be used to train disciples. Hahuan School also had an Inkuan Pavilion on Inkuan Mountain. The Inkuan Pavilion was a forbidden area in the Hahuan School. It hid the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and treasures of the Hahuan School. Ordinary disciples didn't even have the right to get close to it. The best disciples of the Hahuan School could only enter the bottom few floors of the Inkuan Pavilion. Even ordinary elders didn't have the right to go to the top few floors of the Inkuan Pavilion. Anyway, he had nothing to do in the Hahuan School. Du Xiaofu wasn't interested in the mysterious places that were used to train disciples. There were all kinds of training in the ancient desolate space. Instead, Du Xiaofu was more interested in the Inkuan Pavilion. Du Xiaofu wanted to see the thousands of years of heritage of the Hahuan School. He might be able to gain something. After all, he was the headmaster of the Hahuan School. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the Inkuan Mountain, he was moved. It was a huge mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It stood among the mountains as if it had been uprooted from the ground. The aura in the surroundings fluctuated. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that an extremely powerful killing array had been set up in the surroundings. He was afraid that if someone trespassed, they would trigger the killing array. On the towering mountain peak, there was a towering, pagoda-shaped building. It looked as if it could pluck stars from the sky. Looking from afar, it was submerged in the clouds. "Greetings, headmaster." On the way to the Inkuan Mountain, Du Xiaofu saw many disciples and protectors. With his current status as the headmaster of the Hahuan School, Du Xiaofu easily ascended the Inkuan Mountain. On the towering mountain peak, the Inkuan Pavilion stood tall. It was filled with an ancient aura. The ancient building stood tall on the mountain peak. Under the guidance of a protector below the Inkuan Pavilion, Du Xiaofu obtained a badge that only he could use to enter the entire Inkuan Pavilion. It was said that only the Grand Elder, the headmaster, and the headmaster were qualified to enter all the floors of the Inkuan Pavilion. There were a total of 9 floors in the Inkuan Pavilion. Simple and unadorned stone steps were connected to each other. Every floor of the Universal Tower was filled with all kinds of martial techniques, cultivation methods, talisman arrays, beast energy, and other cultivation resources. There were also many miscellaneous articles, unofficial histories, and other legends of the 9 provinces. The higher the floor in the Inkuan Pavilion, the higher the number of cultivation resources. Du Xiaofu had a rough understanding of the cultivation resources on each floor. There was nothing special about them. However, as he walked and looked around, Du Xiaofu had unknowingly spent more than 20 hours. He did gain something. However, there was nothing that could attract Du Xiaofu's attention. For Du Xiaofu, who had already cultivated the core cultivation technique of the Hahuan School, the Heaven and Earth Dragon Tiger technique, there was probably no cultivation technique in the Hahuan School that could attract Du Xiaofu's attention. However, there were some unofficial historical stories that attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. They included a few special places in this world, and Tianhuang mainland was one of them. From them, Du Xiaofu also learned that Shang state was similar to the middle state. There were also a few powerful forces in the middle state. They were called one mountain, one island, two religions, and four sects. The one mountain was Mount Juhua. The one island was Everclear Island. The two religions were the Wumi sect and the Supporting Star sect, and the four sects were the Saman Sword sect, the Sun Moon sect, the Red Lotus sect, and finally the Heavenly Star sect. These 8 forces were like the one valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 groups in the middle state. They were the most powerful forces, and the Hahuan school was second. Ordinary disciples could not even set foot on the last floor of the Yinkuan pavilion. Du Xiaofu arrived at the 9th floor and looked around. There were not many treasures hidden around, but they were all rare mystic bones of demonic beasts. There were also many 8-star talisman arrays and even 9-star talisman arrays. There were also quite a few high-grade martial techniques. Any of these treasures that were outside were all precious treasures. Compared to the treasures in the 7-star hall, these treasures are much more abundant. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart. The Hahuan school did indeed have a lot of treasures. Those 8-star and above talisman arrays and some rare mystic bones of demonic beasts also attracted Du Xiaofu's interest. No one would come to the 9th floor of the Yinkuan pavilion anyway. Moreover, the desolate ancient space was already exposed in front of Su Muxin and Tang Meiling. Voila! Du Xiaofu called out the desolate ancient space. He took a pile of mystic bones of demonic beasts and talisman arrays and directly entered the desolate ancient space to comprehend them. Time slowly passed, and the Hahuan school gradually regained its peace. However, under this tranquility, there was a turbulent undercurrent. Many of the Hahuan school's elders and protectors, as well as the deacons and disciples, were sent outside. There were also some who mysteriously disappeared. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, became the headmaster of the Hahuan school. The news that the 2 powerhouses of the Hahuan school from 2,000 years ago were still alive caused a huge uproar. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The cleansing of the evil spirits by the purifying evil alliance in the Shang state was also coming to an end. All the powerhouses in the Shang state began to move towards the sealed ancient lands in the Shang state. All the evil spirits had been sent back to the sealed ancient lands. A great war was brewing. Chapter 12:18. Within the misty space of the desolate ancient space. Roar! Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in golden light. As his hand seals formed, the phantoms of strange beasts circled around his body, roaring ferociously. There was the ancient bloodline Huidou, the ancient Tengxi, the Taowu, and Xieji. These were all things that Du Xiaofu had comprehended from the rare demonic beast bones. Huff! Everything retracted as Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A smile appeared in his eyes. He had comprehended several extraordinary beast energies. Although some of the beast bones were incomplete, their power was still extraordinary. If he could comprehend the complete beast energies, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The superpowers contained within these beast energies were all different, but all of them were the same. Comprehending more superpowers would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Divine soul skill. An ancient jade strip appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. It was also an item from the 9th floor of the Universe Tower. Du Xiaofu did not know what was inside this spirit skill. But if it was placed on the 9th floor of the Universe Tower, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Let's see what it is. Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed as the power of his Yuan spirit shot out from between his brows and immediately probed the jade strip. Walala! As Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit came into contact with the jade strip, an ancient light erupted from the jade strip in an instant. Its aura caused one's mind to ripple as it transformed into a resplendent light that enveloped Du Xiaofu in an instant. A resplendent rune then surged into Du Xiaofu's forehead. Under the dazzling rune, Du Xiaofu could not help but close his eyes as a message spread within Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. Spirit skill, the mysteries of the Yuan spirit, endless transformations. A moment later, the light dissipated and Du Xiaofu's closed eyes slowly opened. Traces of shock flashed across his eyes, but soon after he revealed a smile. From the information of the soul skill, Du Xiaofu knew that the soul skill was not a cultivation method nor a martial skill. Strictly speaking, it was a complete set of spirit techniques and a complete set of primordial spirit techniques. The divine soul skill had collected many primordial spirit divine abilities, and any one of them was quite extraordinary. It was no wonder that this divine soul skill would be collected on the 9th floor of the Universe Tower. For example, one of the soul skills, the soul-searching technique, could search for the memories in the other party's Yuan spirit. However, the prerequisite was that one's Yuan spirit had to be stronger than the other party's. If the other party's Yuan spirit was stronger, it would be more difficult to search or succeed. If the other party's primordial spirit was much stronger than the searcher's, then the chances of a successful search would be very slim. Among the divine soul skills, there was also the soul tracking technique, which could leave a Yuan spirit mark on the other party's body. No matter where the other party was, one could easily find out, and it would be difficult for the other party to find out. However, if the other party found out, there would be the danger of being tracked back. Du Xiaofu remembered the soul-searching technique and the soul-tracking technique. Back then, Zhao Lu had used it on him. It could be said to be wonderful and had many wonderful uses at special times. It has some wonderful uses. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He was also very interested in some of the records of the divine soul skills. Then he immersed himself in comprehending and cultivating. The spirit techniques collected in the divine soul skills were definitely not easy to cultivate. No matter how good one's talent was, it would still take a long time. However, for a freak like Du Xiaofu, everything was different. It was almost a smooth journey. In just a few days, he had successfully cultivated the divine soul skills. If Zhao Lu knew that Du Xiaofu had successfully cultivated the spirit techniques recorded in the divine soul skills in just a few days, she would have dug herself into the ground. One must know that she was known as the existence whose talent was second only to sect master Su Muxin in the Hahuan school. Although her cultivation was only at the 7th star stage at that time, it took her several years to successfully cultivate all the spirit techniques recorded in the divine soul skills. Hugh! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. All the joints in his body crackled. The harvest is not small, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. With a thought, the space fluctuated and his figure appeared on the 9th floor of the Universe Pavilion. With a wave of his hand, the ancient desolate space was stored in between his eyebrows. Greetings, Sect Supervisor. Du Xiaofu walked out of the Universe Pavilion. The elder who was guarding the Universe Pavilion greeted him and said, Jian came to look for Sect Supervisor a few days ago. It seems that there is an urgent matter. Jian! Du Xiaofu nodded his head and flew away. I didn't expect Sect Supervisor to be so young. He should be the youngest Sect Supervisor in the history of our Hahuan school, right? In front of the Universe Pavilion, looking at Du Xiaofu's back view, a disciple's eyes were filled with yearning. Sect Supervisor is the head of the 12 heroes. He is the #1 person in the younger generation of Kyushu. I heard from the elders that our Sect Supervisor has the highest chance of becoming the youngest person to step into the martial domain realm. A handsome young man in luxurious clothes said to a few young men and women beside him, It's a pity that he is our Sect Supervisor. He is one of the Sect Master's people. Otherwise, it would be great. A female disciple's eyes were filled with lust. Hahuan School. Among the mountains, the surroundings were quiet and the energy of heaven and earth was dense. This was the core area of the Hahuan School. Very few people could get close to it. This was also where Du Xiaofu was staying in the Hahuan school. When Du Xiaofu arrived, he happened to see Ji Jian. "Greetings, sect supervisor." Ji Jian bowed. Her voice was gentle and charming. Her black hair fell to her waist. Her slender waist was so slim that it could be held with one hand. Her temperament was ethereal and elegant. "I'm not used to you being like this." Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly as he gazed at the young woman before him that had ink-black brows, cherry-red lips, and was extremely beautiful, and he said, "Just call me Big Brother Bai, or Big Brother Xiaofu." "That won't do. The sect has its rules. I'm also a disciple of the Hahuan school now." Ji Jian pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "But when there are no outsiders, I'll still call you Big Brother White. Actually, I'm not used to calling you sect supervisor." "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded and asked Ji Jian, "Do you need something from me?" "Well, Master asked me to prepare a few clothes, shoes, and boots for you. I didn't go out to buy them, so I made a few clothes, shoes, and boots for you. They should fit. If you don't like them, I'll buy them for you when the time comes." As Ji Jian spoke, she handed a heaven-earth pouch to Du Xiaofu. A slight blush crept up her face. It didn't leave a trace, but it soon disappeared. "The clothes you made will definitely fit me well. I'll definitely like them." Du Xiaofu put away the heaven-earth pouch. His clothes had been destroyed by the great earth lightning. Other than the heaven-earth pouch that Tianwu Academy's Zhuge Feng had given him, he had kept it in the desolate ancient space to escape the calamity. All his other heaven-earth pouches had been destroyed. "Oh, right, Big Brother White, Mu Jianqin from the Evil Purifying Alliance sent you a message. He said that there's news about the matter you asked him to look for. He also hopes that you can make a trip to the ancient sealed grounds." Ji Jian said to Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1219. "There's news!" The expression in Du Xiaofu's eyes changed. The last time he asked Mu Jianqin to look for news, it was about little Xingxing and his master, Xiahou Fenglei. If that was the case, Mu Jianqin definitely had news about little Xingxing or his master, Xiahou Fenglei. "Jian, I have to find Mu Jianqin as soon as possible." "Where's your master?" Du Xiaofu asked Ji Yanwen. Regardless of whether Mu Jianqin had news about little Xingxing or his master, revered equipment master Xiahou Fenglei, he had to make a trip there as soon as possible. Master said that he had some enlightenment recently and has gone into seclusion. Ji Jian said to Du Xiaofu, "Master said that no one in Hahuan school can control Big Brother Dabai. You can do whatever you want." "Yes, I have to go to the sealed ancient land in Shangzhou," Du Xiaofu said. "Will Big Brother Dabai come back?" Ji Jian raised her head. Her eyes filled with anticipation. She already knew that the tall youth in front of her was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. His world was very big. The Hahuan school might not be big enough for him. Back then, her master had vaguely mentioned to her that his world was different from hers. Du Xiaofu didn't know how to answer. He had never even thought about this question. Back then, he didn't have a good impression of the Hahuan school. But in the end, he didn't expect that after going around in circles, he would become the supervisor of the Hahuan school. "If I have time, I will come back." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. The setting sun shrouded the Hahuan school. Whoosh! A golden rainbow figure flew away from the Hahuan school, disappearing in mid-air in a flash. That guy left. He really left without hesitation. On a towering mountain peak, the setting sun shone down. Tang Meiling looked at the disappearing figure of the golden rainbow in the distance, and her mouth twitched slightly. Hahuan school won't be able to keep him. He still has too many things to do. "He doesn't have time to waste," Su Muxin said softly. Her voice was soft and gentle. Under the faint glow of the sunset, she was devastatingly beautiful, majestic, and charming. "Junior sister, why are you speaking up for that brat? Don't you hate him?" Tang Meiling turned around and looked suspiciously at Su Muxin. She raised her slender brows and asked, That day, the two of you merged with the universe dragon-tiger technique. It's said that in order to merge with the universe dragon-tiger technique, both of you must have the same mind so that you can understand each other's deepest thoughts. What did you see? Hearing this, Su Mushin's eyes went blank for a moment. Inside, she saw a foolish young master who was mercilessly ridiculed by others. He longed for a family reunion and bore the grudge of the school. He was the demon king who intimidated Kyushu. He was also the elder brother who dug out his heart to save his sister. No one could empathize with him, but inside, she could clearly feel everything about him. She didn't know why, but her heart ached for him. It turned out that he wasn't what he seemed on the surface. I didn't see anything. After a moment, Su Mushin turned around. Her slender and enchanting body was gentle and alluring. The sunset glow of the mountain peak rose in spirals. Her exposed eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her muslin dress was like the wings of a butterfly. A trace of a smile appeared on her lips. She raised her head and said, "When I merged with the universe dragon-tiger technique, I gained some enlightenment. I will go into seclusion for a period of time. I will leave the Hahuan school to you, senior sister." As her gentle voice faded, Su Mushin's beautiful figure descended the mountain and left. Sigh, Tang Miling softly sighed. She looked at the sky and then at the foot of the mountain. Her dress shook and fluttered. Her beautiful figure outlined a beautiful arc as she immediately got up and left. Shang Province. The cleansing of the evil spirits by the Evil Purifying Alliance had reached the final stage. The mighty army covered the sky and covered the earth, causing the evil spirits to retreat step by step. In the end, they retreated into the sealed ancient land. Every continent above Kyushu had a sealed ancient land. Those evil spirits had surged out from the sealed ancient land. At this moment, the evil spirits in Shang Province had already retreated into the sealed ancient land. Although the sealed ancient land had already appeared, it was still dim and gloomy. Death aura and desolation permeated the space. The air was filled with a bloody aura and baleful aura that wouldn't dissipate. The ground was covered in white bones, and there was a faint smell of decay in the air. Woo, woo! Ghostly cries and godlike howls rang out from time to time. Regardless of whether it was day or night, it was unknown whether it was the cries of wild beasts or evil spirits. Baleful aura permeated the vast mountain range. "TSK, Heske, come quickly." The eerie voice reverberated through the valley. Dozens of figures appeared in the deathly silent valley, causing the surroundings to freeze. There was no doubt that the strength of these dozens of figures had reached a terrifying level. What was even more peculiar was that these figures were slightly illusory, but their eyes were scarlet red. "Lord Evil Ruler, those humans are increasing in number. They should be waiting for the final battle." A middle-aged man covered in a black robe spoke to a figure covered in a blood-red robe in front of him. His eyes were glowing with a faint red light. "Then let them have the final battle. Let them feel the dawn of victory." The blood-red robed man slightly raised his head. His eyes were like two seas of blood. His voice was sharp and chilling as he said, "Those puny humans, do they really think that we will be defeated so easily? Let them send all of them to their deaths. Go and prepare the nourishment to welcome us. Let those puny humans become our stepping stones. When the time comes, the entire Shang province will be ours." "Yes, Lord Evil Ruler." The dozens of figures replied in unison. One by one, the figures turned illusory. Waves of baleful aura spread out and instantly disappeared from the valley. Chi! As the dozens of figures turned illusory and left, a figure silently appeared in the valley. His eyes were suffused with lightning, and he wore a yellow robe. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was the Yin Thunder Old Man of the Devil religion. But now, this fellow had appeared in the sealed ancient land of the Shang province. "Why are you here?" Looking at the Yin Thunder Old Man, the blood-red robed man slightly turned around and raised his head. There can be no accidents in this battle. I'm just here to remind you. The Thunder old man said to the blood-red robed man. His eyes flickered with lightning, and his expression was not good. Don't worry, there won't be any accidents. Those humans are selfish. They think that we can easily deal with them, but they don't know that we have been preparing for a long time. We're just waiting for them to come and die. No one will be able to escape. The blood-red robed man sneered. The Thunder old man looked at the blood-red robed man and said, I hope so. When you succeed, it will be a great contribution. I don't need your reminder. Everything is under control. When those human experts find out, it will be too late. The blood-red robed man said coldly. He did not seem to be interested in the Thunder old man. The Thunder old man's expression was cold. He looked at the blood-red robed man and said, Shwesya, don't forget who is behind you. Do you think you can get to where you are now by yourself? My Lord Deputy Envoy, don't forget that I will break through another layer after this battle. At that time, it's hard to say who will listen to whom. You failed several times. That's why the church sent you to Shang Zhou to assist me. You'd better pray that there won't be any accident this time. Otherwise, you'll definitely be the unlucky one. The blood-red robed man looked at the Thunder old man. His blood-red eyes flickered. He smiled coldly and said, But don't worry, after I break through another layer, I will help you because you have helped me. Chapter 1220. Shwesya's figure turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. The Thunder old man's eyelids twitched as he watched the blood mist dissipate. A ruthless glint flashed across his eyes as he sneered and muttered, It's just an illusory body. In the dark space, even though it was daytime, the light was dim. The setting sun shone in the boundless sky. It was covered by a blood-red aura and dyed red as it hung in the sky. The faint blood-red light seemed to have covered the space with a layer of blood-red clouds. A faint, murderous aura filled the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. In the vast mountain range plains, there were densely packed figures everywhere. Some people were discussing in low voices, but no one was making a ruckus. Some people were sitting cross-legged, adjusting their breathing and recovering from their injuries. The crowd seemed to cover the sky and earth, densely packed everywhere. It was as if they wanted to cross this vast space. There were more than hundreds of millions of them. On a towering mountain peak, there was a huge tent that was temporarily set up. At this moment, there were about 200 people in the tent. Only a few dozen people were qualified to be seated, while the others stood on both sides. These figures stood quietly, and faint ripples appeared in the space. The surrounding space looked extremely calm, but at this moment, those with sharp senses would feel a terrifying pressure that could cause people to explode if they got close to the tent on the mountain peak. Every single person in this tent had a cultivation base that was definitely among the strongest. Inside the tent, it was quiet, and the atmosphere was slightly heavy. This was especially so for an extraordinary young man sitting in the middle. On his handsome face, his eyes seemed to be deep in thought. However, this kind of contemplation did not affect his temperament at all. Instead, it added to his charm. Although the extraordinary young man was still young in the tent, he was filled with the pressure and confidence of a person of high status. He also had a faint arrogance. This kind of arrogance did not make people unhappy at all. Instead, it added to his charm and elegance. The young man was Shang Province's Evil Purifying Alliance's leader, Mu Jianqin. During this period, his reputation in the Evil Purifying Alliance had been rising. All the major forces had witnessed what Mu Jianqin had done during this period of time. If it weren't for his decisions, the evil spirits wouldn't have been wiped out so quickly. His decisions had allowed the Evil Purifying Alliance to achieve complete victory and reduce their losses. Even the elders of the other forces who were originally disdainful of Mu Jianqin turned into astonishment and lamentation when they saw his performance during this period of time. The experts of the various major forces were secretly envious of the Sa Meng sword sect for having a successor. Mu Tianhong's son had surpassed his father, and it wouldn't be long before the Sa Meng sword sect would truly stand at the top of the 8 major forces under his leadership. It's been 3 days. Those evil spirits have not made any big moves for 3 days. There are only a few stragglers who occasionally launch probing attacks. It's more like they are deliberately delaying us. Inside the quiet tent, Mu Jianqin slightly raised his head and swept his eyes across the entire tent. At that moment, the tent was filled with the top powers from the mountain, island, 2 churches for sects and other forces. Many of them had reached the martial honorable realm. Everyone's bodies were more or less stained with some blood qi. In this period of time, the number of evil spirits that had died in their hands was uncountable. This was especially so for the 8-star spiritual talisman masters and martial honorable realm experts. At their level of cultivation, they could move mountains and seas with a wave of their hands and feet. Cleansing those ordinary evil spirits was like a massacre. Hearing Mu Jianqin's words, the eyes of everyone in the tent moved. One of the elders who was seated below, and from his position, one could tell that his position in the purifying evil alliance wasn't low. He said to Mu Jianqin, "The evil spirits have been retreating. If they are not taking the initiative to attack, I'm afraid that most of them are recuperating. I think that we should not give them any time to rest. We should take the initiative to attack and completely eliminate those evil spirits. Elder Yu is right. We should take the initiative to attack and eliminate them all." This elder was an elder of the Everclear Island, and his cultivation was extremely high. Among the various major forces of the alliance, his cultivation was enough to be ranked in the top 3. Thus, when he spoke, there were many echoes of his words. I suspect that there is a conspiracy behind those evil spirits. Otherwise, those evil spirits would not be retreating like this. We have been chasing them all the way and won every place we passed. There were not many obstructions. Mu Jianqin furrowed his brows and said worriedly, "Didn't everyone notice that in the past half a month we have not encountered many evil spirits that are martial honorable realm and above? I have a feeling that they are plotting something and have been waiting for us for a long time." Hearing Mu Jianqin's words, the people in the tent whispered to each other. Alliance Master's worries are not without reason. However, Elder Yu is right. No matter what, this battle is imperative. If we continue to wait, I'm afraid that we will give those evil spirits more opportunities. Thus, we should take the initiative to attack. A middle-aged man who was sitting upright said in a deep voice. His body was rippling with a fiendish aura, and his eyes revealed a faint sharpness. When everyone in the tent heard the fiendish middle-aged man's words, they all looked at Mu Jianqin and waited for his answer. Under everyone's gazes, Mu Jianqin raised his head slightly and looked at the last seat in the tent. He asked, "Venerable Ice Dragon, when will Brother Du arrive?" Swish! Swish! As Mu Jianqin's voice fell, the gazes in the tent immediately fell on an old man who was sitting on the last seat. He was an elder of the Hahuan school. The current Hahuan school had existences like Su Muxin, Zhao Lu, and Zhang Anteo. Now, with the addition of the demon king Du Xiaofu, who had become the sect supervisor of the Hahuan school, as well as the 2 experts from 2,000 years ago, the Hahuan school's position in the alliance had unknowingly risen by a lot. Most of the people in the tent had been to the Hahuan school not long ago. They also knew that the person Mu Jianqin was talking about was the demon king Du Xiaofu. On the day of the Hahuan school's chaos, everyone had personally witnessed that the demon king Du Xiaofu's strength had already reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the martial domain realm experts of the various major powers had yet to come out of the evil purifying alliance. Under the martial domain realm, the current demon king Du Xiaofu was definitely a terrifying existence. If he could come, he would be a great help. The old man was wearing a gray robe with a white dragon embroidered on it. Hearing Mu Jianqin's words, he felt somewhat helpless and apologetic as he replied. Replying to the Alliance Master, our Hahuan school has sent news that the sect supervisor is currently in seclusion. Therefore, we don't know when he will be able to come. That guy is in seclusion again. Mu Jianchen raised his eyebrows. He was somewhat disappointed. Although that demon king Du Xiaofu is very strong, we have the Alliance's army. Although that demon king can be a great help if he comes, he won't be able to play a decisive role. Demon King Du Xiaofu is very powerful. However, we are currently facing an endless army of evil spirits. We have to rely on the entire Alliance's army. Demon King Du Xiaofu alone won't be able to affect the overall situation. Inside the tent, the others continued to whisper. No one doubted the strength of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. However, most of them believed that the Demon King Du Xiaofu alone wouldn't be able to play a significant role in the Alliance. Let's wait for tomorrow. Tonight we will dispatch some fast experts to scout for information. Let's see what those evil spirits are planning. The day after tomorrow, let's prepare for the final battle. After a moment, Mu Jianchen said. Mu Jianchen also knew that the army couldn't delay any longer. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the evil purifying alliance. At night, the space was dark. In the night, a dark cloud floated in the sky, covering the originally dim moonlight. Whoosh! That dark cloud approached and dispersed. Then it strangely turned into thousands of illusory evil spirits. Inform the army to approach. The evil sovereign has ordered us to kill those humans tomorrow. A faint and cold voice spread out. The thousands of evil spirits instantly disappeared into the night. Kiki, puny humans, tomorrow you will know how powerful we are. The remaining human figure had a pair of sharp horns on his head. His entire body was shrouded in a jet-black, baleful aura. His eyes were filled with a frightening red light in the night. Suddenly, the evil spirit figure seemed to have sensed something and looked at the sky. There was a faint sound of wind breaking. After a few breaths, a golden rainbow figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the sky. The golden figure was extremely fast. In a flash, he crossed the space and appeared in the sky. Then, as if he sensed something, he instantly floated in the air. The golden rainbow disappeared, revealing a purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth's face was resolute and determined. His figure was tall and straight. The purple robe was extremely fitting, making his tall figure even more tall and straight. His eyes were filled with a deep light in the night sky, clear and bright. The person who came was Du Xiaofu, who had rushed over from the Hahuan school. He had also changed into the clothes that Ji Jian had personally sewn. It was extremely fitting and comfortable. Even a pair of light purple boots was very fitting. Qi. Just as Du Xiaofu floated in the air as if he was sizing something up, a monstrous, baleful aura suddenly swept over in front of him. Boom! Immediately, the entire space trembled. A black light filled the air, causing the surroundings to become pitch black. Woo! Strong winds blew, and the faint sound of ghosts crying and gods howling could be heard in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang! Space exploded one after another, and terrifying energy swept out. When the baleful energy dissipated and the surrounding light returned to normal, an evil spirit with 2 feet on its head and blood-red eyes appeared in the air. Its blood-red eyes revealed a look of doubt. "Are you looking for me?" At the same time, a faint voice was heard. Then, a purple-robed figure appeared in front of the evil spirit like a ghost. Chapter 12:21. The purple-robed figure had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. It was Du Xiaofu who had just disappeared. Seeing the human figure appear again, the evil spirit's expression changed. Immediately, a torrential murderous aura swept out from its body. Instantly, the murderous aura filled the sky, and the space turned pitch black once again. Boom! The evil spirit clenched its fist, and the murderous aura in the sky turned into dark clouds. A huge handprint was formed and immediately slapped towards Du Xiaofu. That terrifying aura was comparable to that of a beginner martial honorable. You're still too weak. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly as purple flames flickered in his eyes. Against these evil spirits, the most masculine cultivation methods and superpowers were their nemesis. Purple flames swept out from his body and turned into a purple pillar of flames that collided directly with the dark cloud handprint. Bang! The two collided, and a terrifying blazing aura and murderous aura swept out in all directions. However, the murderous aura was swallowed by the purple flames at the same time as it was shattered. The surrounding mountains exploded one after another from the aftershocks of the energy. Human expert. At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to have sensed something, and its expression changed drastically. Shock flashed across its scarlet eyes, and its figure was about to fly away. Walala! However, the purple pillar of flames turned into a terrifying flaming storm that swept over and directly enveloped the evil spirit. Roar! A hint of viciousness flashed across the evil spirit's eyes. It roared furiously, and its murderous aura surged out in all directions. It turned into an illusory, ferocious exotic beast that was 100 feet tall. It had 2 horns on its head and sharp fangs in its bloody mouth as it struggled to break free from the purple flames around it. Evil beast! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the purple flames. His eyes were cold and his face was fierce. A handprint wrapped in purple flames landed directly on the head of the ferocious exotic beast. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, and the ferocious exotic beast's body was directly destroyed and exploded, turning into a torrential, murderous aura. Human, you're courting death. A beam of dazzling light shot into Du Xiaofu's forehead. A monstrous, baleful aura immediately filled Du Xiaofu's mind, as if it wanted to destroy Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Ah! But a moment later, a scream came from Du Xiaofu's mind. I wonder if I can use soul search on evil spirits? Du Xiaofu floated in the air. Suddenly he closed his eyes. That dazzling rune light was the origin spirit of the evil spirit. That evil spirit wanted to destroy Du Xiaofu's Yuan Xin and possess Du Xiaofu's body. This was also a method that evil spirits were hard to deal with. However, this method did not have much effect on Du Xiaofu. In fact, Du Xiaofu was completely fearless. With 2 types of spiritual thunder soul seeds fused into one and a spiritual root in his body. Even if that evil spirit was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it would not be able to threaten Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. After a moment, Du Xiaofu's closed eyes suddenly opened. The evil spirit's primordial spirit had been absorbed and refined by the silver-net soul-devouring lightning in his Naiwen palace. Although the benefits that Du Xiaofu could obtain in the end were less than 1/10, it was still a lot. Compared to the normal cultivation of the primordial spirit, it was undoubtedly much faster. This was also the perverse part of the silver-net soul-devouring lightning. Although the silver-net soul-devouring lightning, shattering earth thunder, and spiritual root in Du Xiaofu's mind had all fused together, all the powers that they contained did not disappear. In fact, they even gave birth to a new aura. Not good. After opening his eyes, Du Xiaofu's expression turned solemn. Just now, Du Xiaofu had tried to see if he could use the soul-searching technique on the evil spirits. In the end, the result he obtained was that the evil spirits were making arrangements all over the sealed ancient land. Many evil spirit masters had been hiding, preparing to attack the human army tomorrow. What made Du Xiaofu the most solemn was that the evil spirit seemed to have prepared a powerful trump card that could wipe out the demon purifying alliance in one fell swoop. The evil spirit status in the evil spirit army was not low, but it was not high enough to know about the powerful trump card. Therefore, it did not know what the powerful trump card was, which made Du Xiaofu even more solemn. There were many disciples of the Hahuan school in the demon purifying alliance. Du Xiaofu was now the supervisor of the Hahuan school, and had also benefited from the Huan school. Moreover, Mu Jianqin was the alliance master of the demon Purifying Alliance. This made Du Xiaofu worried. I hope there's still time to inform them. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him, and then his figure flashed, disappearing in midair. Early in the morning, in the sealed ancient land, a baleful aura drifted in the dark clouds. Have the experts we sent out last night returned? In the tent on the mountain peak, Mu Jianqin's expression was solemn as he asked the people around him. Not a single one returned. Everyone shook their heads. Last night, many experts were sent out to inquire about the news, but none of them had returned. Alliance Master, it's not good. At this moment, someone rushed in from outside the tent. His expression was grave, his complexion was pale, his body was dripping with blood, and his aura was weak. Venerable Baitai, what happened to you? Mu Jianqin immediately got up. Many people in the tent had already gathered around to support him. That was a venerable from Mount Jiuhua. He was also one of the experts sent out last night to inquire about the news. Alliance Master, the evil spirits are coming in large numbers. They seem to know that we're going to inquire about the news. We've been besieged by those evil spirits. I'm afraid the others are already in danger, said Venerable Baitai. Woo woo! Roar. As soon as Venerable Baitai's voice fell, the low cries of ghosts and gods, as well as the roars of beasts, reverberated in the sky, making people tremble for no reason. It's the evil spirit army. Everyone in the tent was shocked. They immediately rushed out of the tent and went to the mountain peak. At this moment, everyone was standing on the mountain peak and looking into the distance. In the distance, the cries of ghosts and gods, as well as the roars of beasts, could be heard from all directions and in midair. In the sky, black and bloody fog spread, covering the sky and the sun. The baleful aura was oppressive. Finally, under the black and bloody fog, countless human-shaped evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits appeared. They were densely packed, covering the distant mountain peak and midair. They covered the sky and covered the sky until the end of the line of sight. Woo woo! The shocking cries of ghosts and gods, as well as the roars of beasts, came from the evil spirits in the distance. It was as if the entire sealed ancient land was trembling. Not good, the evil spirit army is coming. Haven't we already cleaned up those evil spirits? Why are there still so many of them? The evil Purifying Alliance's army stood up, and their figures also covered the sky and the earth. As the monstrous, baleful aura swept over from all directions, the evil Purifying Alliance's army looked into the distance with solemn eyes, secretly trembling. During this period of time, the evil Purifying Alliance had been cleaning up the evil spirits, but they had never encountered so many evil spirits. On the towering mountain peak, Mu Jianqin and the other experts from various major forces looked solemnly at the evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth in all directions as they inwardly sucked in cold breaths. The evil spirits are expanding too quickly. They are devouring each other and absorbing our origin spirits and soul essences. The progress of their strength is far from what we can compare to. It has only been a short period of time, but they have already developed to such a stage. In the future, they will be able to occupy the entire Shang province. Mu Jianqin took a deep breath, and a fierce look surged in his eyes as he said, "It seems that they have indeed made arrangements, and deliberately lured us here. Alliance Master, what should we do now?" A middle-aged man asked Mu Jianqin. He looked at the evil spirit army in the distance, and his expression was very grave. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. I hope that those evil spirits are not hiding too much of their strength. If it is beyond our control, then we will be in big trouble today. Mu Jianqin stared into the distance. He stretched out his right hand, and a long sword that emitted an astonishing aura appeared in his hand. His handsome face was filled with decisiveness and sharpness. Chapter 1222. Let's kill. It's not a bad idea to wipe out all those evil spirits in one fell swoop. A ferocious middle-aged man said as he looked at the black fog that blotted out the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Roar! Woo! The murderous aura in the surroundings rippled. The terrifying cries of the evil spirits and the roars of the beast-like evil spirits were deafening. Whoosh, whoosh! Hundreds of figures shot out from the dark clouds of murderous aura in the distant sky. Finally, they floated in the sky. A powerful aura spread out and enveloped this vast space. In the sky, the blood-robed figure at the front looked at the densely packed army of the evil, purifying alliance. His eyes blazed like that of a predator. In the end, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate space as he stared at the towering mountain peak. His sinister and cold voice spread throughout the entire sealed ancient land. Kill. Leave no one alive. Elo. In that instant, countless evil spirits roared from all directions. Their crimson eyes surged as they let out ear-piercing screeches and roars. They instantly surged toward the army of the evil purifying alliance. Kill. The demon cleansing alliance's army surged forward, their battle cries filling the air. Endless streams of figures immediately lunged at the evil spirits that blotted out the sky, their auras sweeping across the sky. Completely cleanse the evil spirits. Everyone from the various major forces moved together. Many of them formed a formation and joined forces to attack the terrifying evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Together, they charged toward the terrifying evil spirits. Kill. The evil purifying alliance's army filled the sky. Their auras surged, and the space rumbled as they exploded with a fierce aura. Boom! In an instant, the winds and clouds surged in the sealed ancient land. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dusky sky. It was a soul-shaking sight. Elo! Countless evil spirits roared. Countless scarlet eyes surged as they emitted ear-piercing roars. In an instant, they charged towards the human tide. Rumble! The demon cleansing alliance's army instantly clashed with the evil spirit army. Waves of incomparably vigorous xianqi surged, and dazzling runes flashed as one attack after another swept out like lightning. In this period of time, everyone had found a way to restrain the evil spirits. Those who cultivated the most yang cultivation methods attacked at the front and destroyed large swathes of evil spirits. Aolo! In the blink of an eye, the evil purifying alliance's army was surrounded by the evil spirit army. Ghastly cries and evil spirits' roars and evil spirits' roars echoed. Some people were immediately devoured. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Some extremely bizarre plants suddenly emerged from the barren land. They were filled with a bloody aura and a strange black mist. They shot towards the army of the purifying demon alliance, piercing through many people and devouring their blood. Whoosh! The black evil spirits, evil spirits. Evil spirits, black, evil spirits, blood, blood. Evil spirits as spirits, evil spirits, evil spirits, evil evils SSS, evil. These humanoid figures were illusory and looked rather ferocious. Their eyes were burning with greed, and their speed was as fast as lightning. Woo woo! As these evil spirits appeared, they charged towards the evil purifying alliance's army. Majestic energy surged. Waves of cold and terrifying evil spirits swept out and burrowed into the foreheads of many people. Sizzle! Instantly, many people's eyes turned scarlet. Their foreheads turned black, and their bodies were surrounded by black fog. Veins popped out on their bodies, and their faces became ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, many bodies exploded one after another, and blood sprayed everywhere. As these bodies exploded, numerous ferocious illusory figures of the blood slayers emerged again. The aura of each of them seemed to be stronger than before. Some of the beast-like evil spirits roared. Their huge bodies swept out in all directions, and they crushed and tore people to pieces. Be careful of these evil beings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear as they looked at the numerous illusory, ferocious figures and beast-shaped evil spirits. These illusory, ferocious evil spirits and beast-like evil spirits looked at the countless people around them with blood-red eyes. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was greed. These evil spirits grow stronger by devouring people's minds and souls. They can even enter our bodies. They are very strange and difficult to deal with. Ordinary attacks can't even completely eliminate them. Everyone be careful. Those who cultivate the yang cultivation method will attack. The rest of you, use all your strength to cover the retreat. An old man said to the disciples behind him, "Woo woo." Many ferocious illusory figures continued to flash out and pounced on the crowd. Attack with all your might. Go all out. The surrounding figures also flashed out. They attacked one after another. Mysterious chi fluctuated and runes flickered. They bombarded the densely packed evil spirits with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. A muffled explosion rang out, and as the energy rippled out, the black fog in the surroundings was also shaken away. Some evil spirits' bodies were shattered, turning into blood aura and black fog that dissipated. There were also some whose blood and souls were devoured. It was a tragic sight. In a short period of time, the overwhelming killing intent caused rivers of blood to flow. The murderous aura was monstrous. However, at this moment, the many evil spirits that had been destroyed by the evil Purifying Alliance's army instantly gathered together and continued to revive. It was as if there was no end to killing them. Ordinary attacks can't destroy them. Only the yang cultivation method and special methods can. Many shocked shouts rang out. Looking at the destroyed evil spirits, not only could they reform, but they could also become stronger. Although the Alliance army had long known about these changes, there were still people in the surroundings who were terrified. Attack with all your might. Kill. On the mountain peak, the experts of the various factions attacked. Numerous figures charged out, and in an instant a huge impact erupted. Mysterious chi filled the sky. Dazzling runes surged. These experts charged into the evil spirit army, and countless evil spirits around them were shattered. Kill. In the sky ahead, the blood-robed man waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a murderous aura swept out. Swoosh, swoosh, hundreds of powerful evil spirits rushed down, killing the evil Purifying Alliance's army. Awooh! The ear-piercing screams of the evil spirits and earth-shattering battle cries resounded throughout the sealed, ancient land. This kind of battle was about to erupt. There was only killing. Rumble. The earth shook, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Blood flowed like rivers, and murderous aura filled the sky. Swish, 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 swish. Mu Jianchen attacked. He swung his sword, and the sword light wreaked havoc. Although it was not the yang energy, it was extremely fierce. A large number of evil spirits were destroyed by the sword light. Boom! The powerhouses of the various major forces immediately clashed with the evil spirit powerhouses. Not good. Those evil spirits hid their strength. There are at least 100 of them at the supremacy level. We've been fooled. A middle-aged man exploded. Runes shone brightly, and the energy of the yang energy was like the eruption of the sun. He directly shattered a large number of evil spirits in front of him. We've been fooled. We're in trouble now, a long-robed old man shouted. There was a faint luster flowing on his aged skin, and a bright light shrouded the surroundings. Energy ribbons swept across the sky like lightning and swept towards a strange, giant black flower in front of him. The giant flower was brownish black, and its feathers were compound leaves. It was dozens of feet long, and its calyx was in the shape of a bell. The inner surface of the corolla was scarlet, as if blood was flowing. This enormous black blood-colored flower released a strange aura. Anyone who smelled this terrifying aura would immediately fall unconscious. Their faces would turn jet black and their veins would be exposed. They would begin to become hideous and distorted, and their bodies would begin to fester. Devil Bloodway. How can there be such a terrifying demon spirit? Everyone retreat. The old man who attacked was Elder Yu of Evergreen Island. He was a Nirvana martial supremacy. At this moment, he was affected by the Devil Bloodway. In the evil spirit army, apart from the human-shaped evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits, there were also some strange plants that had formed into evil spirits. These evil spirits were more difficult to deal with than the evil spirits. However, they were extremely rare, and any existence was terrifying. Awoo! Ghosts wailed and gods howled in the sealed ancient land, and the slaughter shook the heavens. It didn't take long for the Demon Cleansing Alliance's army to start retreating under the strange evil spirit army. The terrifying evil spirits were not afraid of death, and they were strange and difficult to deal with. In addition, many evil spirit experts suddenly appeared. They were not inferior to the evil spirit experts of the evil spirit army, and it immediately made it harder for the evil spirit army to hold on. Kill! The more deaths, the better. The blood-robed evil spirit floated in the air, raising its head and breathing in the blood aura that permeated the surroundings. This monstrous blood aura was like the nourishment it needed the most. It could receive the nourishment it needed the most. Chapter 1223. There was no end to the evil spirits, but the Alliance army was gradually suffering losses. The top experts of the various factions made their moves, charging into the depths of the evil spirit army. However, they were all blocked by the many powerful evil spirits. With the appearance of these powerful evil spirits, the experts of the Alliance army were immediately blocked. Ear-piercing sounds affected the soul, and killing intent filled the sky. Some experts were also dying. Everyone be careful. Don't panic. Talisman masters, set up the talisman array. The rest of you, form a formation and fight together. Mu Jianchen shouted. His hair fluttered in the wind as he waved his hand. His eyes were sharp and murderous. Large amounts of evil spirits were turned into smoke, but they recovered soon after. The number of Alliance army members who died was even more. There were people dying constantly. There were also people who were controlled by the evil spirits and killed their companions. Miserable wails rang out endlessly. The battle did not last long, and the Alliance army fell into madness. The smell of blood filled the sky. Ah, roar, miserable wails, muffled sounds of energy, the roars of meridians, and the ear-piercing howls of the evil spirits. There were also beast race experts who had transformed into their true forms. All these sounds mixed together, and it was like a symphony of hell was playing. The space of the entire sealed ancient land was trembling. Killing intent filled the sky, and blood and corpses fell to the ground. The eyes of the Alliance army were red. They were deeply trapped and could only fight and destroy the evil spirits crazily. They were not afraid of death. However, there was an endless stream of evil spirits around them. They were not afraid of death, only bloodthirsty and greedy. They surrounded the Alliance army. The more the Alliance army killed, the weaker they became. These strange evil spirits, on the other hand, became stronger and stronger. Not long after, this kind of killing gradually reached a tragic stage. Miserable wails and screams rang out endlessly. Blood dyed the space red, and the cries of ghosts and gods reverberated endlessly. The sealed ancient land was like hell. It made people shudder and their hair stand on end. Bang, bang, bang. Low muffled sounds rang out, and the crazy killing continued. Many small groups fell into a desperate situation and were torn into pieces by the evil spirits. There were also some people who were exhausted, and finally, the evil spirits took the opportunity to destroy them. Ah, miserable wails and screams of ghosts and gods reverberated in the sky. Kill! Mu Genshin's eyes narrowed. The aura around his body was fierce and murderous. His sword light swept across the sky, and a large number of evil spirits were destroyed by it. Attack with all your might, kill! Many experts from the Alliance shouted loudly, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying aura they erupted with made even the evil spirits feel restraining fear. However, these Alliance experts were also besieged by the evil spirit experts. They couldn't even protect themselves, so their situation wasn't any better. Think of a way to retreat. We can't fight recklessly. After Mu Jianqin swept away a group of evil spirits, he looked at the intense and miserable scene in the surroundings. His loud voice spread in all directions, causing everyone to start retreating. Alliance Master, there is no way out. There are evil spirits all around us. Venerable rank evil spirits are not inferior to us. We were too careless. A middle-aged man arrived behind Mu Jianqin, standing back to back with Mu Jianqin, vigilantly looking around. Everyone go all out. Don't hide your trump cards anymore. Open up a bloody path and retreat. Otherwise, there will be no chance to retreat. Mu Jianqin's gaze swept across the surroundings, and his voice reverberated in the air. He then went all out to kill the evil spirits. In the distant sky, the blood-robed man looked at Mu Jianqin. The bloody aura around his body distorted the surrounding space. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered with coldness, and then he disappeared on the spot. Qi-la! When the blood-robed man's figure appeared again, he was already in front of Mu Jianqin. His eyes were filled with blood-red radiance, and the bloody aura around his body seemed to form waves of air, like a whirlpool. A blood-red light suddenly swept towards Mu Jianqin. Young sect master, be careful. That's Shuexia. The vigorous old man from the Saman sword sect immediately appeared in front of Mu Jianqin. This old man's duty was to protect Mu Jianqin with all his strength. As the number one of the younger generation in the Saman sword sect, no accident must happen to him. Now that he was outside, it could only be considered as tempering himself. Whoosh! Therefore, this old man had been secretly observing everything. As Shuexia appeared, he waved his hand, and a sword light energy pillar instantly blocked the blood-red light pillar. Qi-la! The two energy pillars collided, and the runes fluctuated resplendently. However, there wasn't a loud sound of energy collision, and then everything collapsed. Dang dang! With one strike, the old man's body staggered back, and he fell into a disadvantage. After a few steps, he stabilized his body. Half-domain realm. How could he break through so quickly? Shuexia has reached the half-domain realm. This is really bad. After this strike, the old man's expression became extremely grave. Retreat with all your strength. Retreat quickly. Hearing this, Mu Jianqin didn't hesitate and immediately notified everyone. Mu Jianqin knew that Shuexia was the leader of this group of evil spirits. Even a martial domain realm expert couldn't do anything to Shuexia, who was at the half-domain realm. This time, there weren't any martial domain realm experts following the evil purifying alliance. The martial domain realm experts seemed to have felt something and were recuperating, preparing to deal with a great calamity. TSK, a group of insignificant humans still want to escape? It's too late. Shuexia sneered coldly, and a monstrous bloody aura surged, covering the sky. His cold voice echoed, "Awoo!" As the blood-robed man's voice rang out, countless evil spirits roared. The sound waves were ear-piercing and affected the souls. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the people, causing their primordial spirits to tremble. They started to attack the Alliance army with all their strength. Everyone, fight to the end and break through with all your strength. Mu Jianqin held the long sword in his hand tightly and killed fiercely. At this moment, they could only fight to the end. Kill. Attack with all your strength and break through the encirclement. Awoo. In the bloody battle, facing the crazy attacks of the evil spirits, monstrous bloody auras, and ghostly cries, the eyes of the Alliance army turned red. Trembling excitement spread out from the hearts of the Alliance army. Looking at the tens of millions of their comrades who had already fallen, fear spread in their hearts. In the end, it turned into anger. Roars rang out and exploded with anger. They resisted with all their strength, wanting to open up a path of blood. Everyone be careful. Attack together to block them. In the bloody battlefield, an old man in grayish-white robes embroidered with the pattern of a serpent dragon yelled at the disciples behind him. The old man was the Hahuan School's Honorable Ice Flood Dragon, a peak transcendence, martial honorable. In front of the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon was a ferocious, beast-shaped evil spirit that was hundreds of feet long. That evil spirit was like a giant python and a dragon. It was entrenched in a sea of black clouds filled with baleful aura. Its head was like a wolf's head. Its huge eyes were terrifying, like two blood-red holes looking down at the earth. Bang, bang! The huge, beast-shaped evil spirit soared into the sky and waved its huge tail. Dozens of Hahuan School's disciples were unable to dodge in time and were directly shattered. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and gravel shot out. This evil beast is too strong. Everyone back off. The Honorable Ice Flood Dragon shouted. He knew that the beast-shaped evil spirit was not to be trifled with, so he directly activated his artery soul. Awoo! The Honorable Ice Flood Dragon's talisman was like a white sun in the sky. A huge flood dragon image swept across the sky, and an icy aura was about to freeze the sky. The beast-shaped evil spirit was not afraid. Its eyes were even filled with greed. The stronger the cultivator, the more benefits it would gain. Its huge body was accompanied by surging baleful aura as it collided with the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon's vain soul. Rumble! The beast-shaped evil spirit was too strong. It was comparable to a chaotic element martial saint. It was one of the strongest evil spirits. The Honorable Ice Flood Dragon activated his vain soul, but he was unable to resist it. His vain soul was in a stalemate, and it froze the space. However, it was then destroyed by the baleful aura. Swish! A huge tail swept out like a ghost. Just as the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon's vain soul was shattered, it ruthlessly whipped the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon's chest. The Honorable Ice Flood Dragon felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite. The terrifying, baleful aura swept out, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying. Elder, be careful! As the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon's body was sent flying, the eyes of many Hahuan School's disciples turned red. They were nervous and solemn. You can't even withstand a single blow. Awoo! The evil spirit roared in human language, and its eyes were cold. Its huge and ferocious head opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon, who was still sent flying. The beast-shaped evil spirit was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning, and the surrounding space was distorted. Its bloody mouth seemed to want to tear the space apart. Elder, be careful! The Hahuan School's disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. However, at this moment, there was no one who could help. Just the aura of the beast-shaped evil spirit was enough to make their vain souls tremble and unable to move. At this moment, just as the beast-shaped evil spirit's bloody mouth was about to swallow the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Honorable Ice Flood Dragon. However, a figure silently appeared behind the Venerable Ice Flood Dragon. He placed his left hand on the Venerable Ice Flood Dragon's back and stabilized the Venerable Ice Flood Dragon. At the same time, the figure waved his right hand, and a golden light silently shot out from his palm. Chapter 1224. Golden light tore through the air, bursting with resplendent light. Boom! Under that domineering and pure young aura, the ferocious eyes of the gigantic, beast-shaped, evil spirit trembled and froze for a moment. Then, golden light exploded from its ferocious mouth. Its gigantic body was forced back, and a monstrous blood aura erupted. Seeing the person who had suddenly intervened to help the venerable ice dragon, the surrounding Hahuan school disciples trembled. Its sect supervisor. It's our Hahuan school's sect supervisor. After a short moment, the Hahuan school disciples immediately recognized the person. It was a purple-robed youth. His face was resolute and his aura was domineering. They had all seen him with their own eyes when they were at Hahuan school. Who else could it be but the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? The figure who had suddenly appeared was Du Xiaofu, who had rushed over. Du Xiaofu glanced around with his golden eyes and then looked down at the surprised Tihuan sect disciples. His clear voice entered everyone's ears. "Brother, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Form a joint attack formation and break through with all your might." Yes, sect supervisor. The Hahuan school disciples were instantly overjoyed, as if they had been injected with cardiac stimulants. "Be careful, sect supervisor." Suddenly, the venerable ice dragon, who had just stabilized himself, shouted loudly. The gigantic, beast-shaped demon wolf that had been forced back a second ago swept its gigantic tail across the air. In the next instant, it swept over with a monstrous aura like thunder. That monstrous blood aura was enough to make those who were not strong enough feel weak. "Be careful, sect supervisor." The gigantic, beast-shaped evil spirit attacked again in an instant, causing the Hahuan school disciples below to be shocked. "Evil creature." Du Xiaofu's expression was calm as he shouted indifferently. He seemed to have been prepared. He quickly shook his arm, and a golden light surged around his body. There were faint talisman inscriptions flickering on his skin. In an instant, his hand fiercely slapped out to meet the attack. Chila! This hand was like a palm leaf fan. Wherever it passed, faint golden talisman patterns flickered and condensed, forming an arc-shaped golden space dent around the palm. In an instant, the golden runes were densely packed, layer upon layer, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body and slammed into the tail of the evil spirit. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the space trembled as if it was about to shatter. Tiny pitch-black spatial cracks faintly appeared in the surroundings, and the huge beast-shaped tail was directly shattered into a monstrous, baleful aura. Sect supervisor is so strong, as expected of the Demon King. The surrounding Hahuan school disciples were pleasantly surprised. The terrifying beast-shaped evil spirit that the venerable ice dragon couldn't do anything to was so weak in front of Zongzong. Xiaoyang Seal. Just as the beast-shaped evil spirit's huge tail was shattered, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared above the head of the huge and ferocious beast-shaped evil spirit, like a ghost. With a soft shout, Du Xiaofu's eyes were ice-cold. Golden light burst forth, and the gold-like Xiaoyang seal was activated. It directly landed on the head of the huge, beast-shaped evil spirit that couldn't dodge in time. Rumble. The golden palm print was domineering, and it was as strong as Yang. It immediately shattered the beast-shaped evil spirit, and the baleful aura runes scattered and filled the sky. This huge sound and shocking domineering aura also attracted the attention of many people on the battlefield. Someone saw the purple-robed youth in the sky from the corner of his eye and immediately cried out in surprise. "It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu! He's here!" Whoosh! The beast-shaped evil spirit was shattered. Suddenly, as the baleful aura runes filled the sky, a resplendent blood-red light swept out. If one looked carefully, the resplendent blood-red light was a miniature version of the huge and ferocious beast-shaped evil spirit. It suddenly rushed into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Under the gazes of many experts around him, he didn't care at all. He allowed the resplendent light to rush into his mind along with a vast, baleful aura. "Be careful! That beast-shaped evil spirit wants to take over your body. Someone from the Alliance shouted. That resplendent blood-red light was the soul of the beast-shaped evil spirit. These evil spirits weren't easy to completely destroy. They were extremely strange. If one wasn't careful, they would be taken over and devoured. Everyone didn't know that if Du Xiaofu really wanted to completely destroy the beast-shaped evil spirit, the soul of the beast-shaped evil spirit wouldn't be able to be preserved. It would be completely destroyed, leaving behind the soul of the beast-shaped evil spirit. Du Xiaofu hoped that the beast-shaped evil spirit would be able to take over his body and become a tonic for his soul. With 2 types of spiritual lightning soul seeds fused into one, and the spiritual root fused into his soul, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of the beast-shaped evil spirit's soul at all. As the beast-shaped evil spirit's soul rushed into the space between his eyebrows, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Without any delay, his figure stepped out. The mysterious runes in front of him flickered from his body and condensed into a stalk of grass. This stalk of grass was the dark, penetrating grass. Its spiritual leaves were slender and looked like a real object. The mysterious runes flickered. As the dark, penetrating grass flew out, a pressure descended from the sky. The aura spread out, purifying the spiritual altar and suppressing all evil. Swish, swish. The mysterious runes on the dark, penetrating grass turned into a beam of light that suppressed all evil spirits. Wherever it passed, the surrounding evil spirits were frightened. Wherever the dark, penetrating grass passed through, a large number of evil spirits would explode. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of evil spirits were destroyed, and the baleful aura swept out, shocking everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Du Xiaofu made his move at the same time. His eyes were cold, and golden light burst out from his body like a golden-winged pung. Golden light covered the sky, and many powerful evil spirits were directly killed by Du Xiaofu. Their baleful aura was destroyed, and they were completely killed. That human is able to restrain us. He's too strong. Among the fearless evil spirits, some of the evil spirit experts also started to retreat with cold eyes. Du Xiaofu was wrapped in golden light, and he looked like a real demon king. At the same time, he also looked like a human-shaped giant stone bird. Wherever Du Xiaofu passed, the evil spirits would explode. He stepped on the billowing, baleful aura and directly chased after the evil spirit experts. He swept through all directions, and no evil spirit could stop him. "Haha, I thought you wouldn't come." Mu Jianqin's voice echoed. He looked at the purple-robed young man who was sweeping through the evil spirits and laughed loudly. The sword in his hand swept out and swept through a large number of evil spirits. "Break out of the encirclement. Things are not looking good." Du Xiaofu raised his head and said to Mu Jianqin, "Judging from the current situation, there were so many evil spirits that they couldn't kill them all. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer. The evil purifying alliance wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. At that time, the blood on the battlefield would flow like a river, and the baleful aura would overflow the sky. It would only provide the evil spirits with an endless supply of nourishment, allowing them to become stronger quickly. Break out of the encirclement with all your strength." Mu Jianqin shouted, and his sword light overflowed the sky. In fact, the evil purifying alliance's army had long been breaking out of the encirclement. Battle cries shook the heavens and earth, and the beasts roared. Some people had already activated their martial veins and meridian spirits to break out of the encirclement with all their strength. The battle was bitter. Facing those strange, evil spirits, the evil purifying alliance was restrained in all aspects. They kept breaking out of the encirclement, but they did not have much success. The battlefield was dripping with blood, and countless corpses were lying on the ground. The experts of various major factions activated their Dao tools and magical tools, and used their divine abilities to protect the disciples from breaking out. All kinds of terrifying attacks converged, and they were boundless, shocking the sealed ancient land. Amosia, take care of that brat first. Amidst the billowing, baleful aura, Shuesia's cold voice spread out. His pair of blood-red eyes that made people shiver also stared at Du Xiaofu in the sky while he was fighting with the elder of Sa Meng's sword sect. Chi, high up in the sky, Elder Yu of Forever Clear Island was pushed back by a strange, huge black flower. That huge, brownish black flower was dozens of feet long, and its calyx was shaped like a bell. It spurted out a terrifying scarlet light that was like flowing blood. It instantly appeared beside Du Xiaofu, and it released a strange aura that enveloped Du Xiaofu. That strange aura pressed down, and it made one's primordial spirit feel like falling into a deep sleep. That aura surged into the corporeal body, and the baleful aura was accompanied by a kind of overflowing poisonous aura that could make one's corporeal body rot. It's the devil blood way. Du Xiaofu felt that strange aura, and he turned around to take a look. He recognized that it was a kind of terrifying demonic spirit, the devil blood way. It was rumored that the devil blood way had a strong poison that could make one's primordial spirit fall into a deep sleep. That devil blood way had a strange aura, and Du Xiaofu's eyes were slightly raised. He wasn't afraid, and his primordial spirit was enough to withstand that strange aura. The immortal Xian body and the golden-winged, great Peng body refinement technique had reached the third stage of tempering the god body, and he wasn't afraid of the strong poison. Boom! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a golden light burst out and swept out, scattering that strange aura. Chila, on top of the devil bloodway's huge corolla, streaks of blood-red light burst out and turned into a black pillar of light. It was like a thunderbolt that directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Roar! Du Xiaofu's eyes focused, and a malevolent beast image roared out from his hand. That was the Xieji beast ability, which Du Xiaofu had comprehended in the Hahuan school. Boom! The shocking energy released by the two collided, and the Xieji beast ability was directly scattered. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He waved his hand, and the sky-shaking wings flapped out, completely blocking that black pillar of light. Peak primordial chaos, demon venerable. Looking at that devil blood way, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled slightly. That was actually a peak primordial chaos, demon venerable bloodway. As a demon spirit, it was one of the strongest existences among the living beings. Even an ordinary nirvana martial venerable would find it difficult to resist a peak primordial chaos demon spirit, let alone this strange devil bloodway. Back in the sealed land of the central province, when the Bloodvine evil, Beast Killer, Soul Evil, and Phantom came out, they were only comparable to beast venerables. Now there were even primordial chaos evil spirits in the sealed land of the Shang province, and there were even more venerables. The devil bloodway in front of him was already a peak primordial chaos demon venerable, which shocked Du Xiaofu. After these evil spirits came out, their breakthroughs were too fast, and the other living beings were nourishment for their breakthroughs. No wonder there was a legend that once these evil spirits came out of the sealed land, it was enough to cause a great calamity. Die. A faintly discernible, illusory, black blood-colored face surfaced within the demonic blood lily's flower crown. Xue Lang laughed sinisterly as he spoke. A blood-black ray of light extended from the flower petals towards the sky. Whoosh! The petals wriggled, and the blood aura in the surroundings surged. A terrifying aura rippled like a wave, spreading out with spatial ripples. This frightening aura caused some dark black cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Then the huge devil bloodway expanded as if it was alive. It descended from the sky like a heavenly prison, covering thousands of feet of space. The bodies of the evil spirits and the allied army that were enveloped in the surrounding space instantly rotted and exploded. A strange aura swept out in all directions, and the strange devil bloodway's petals seemed to be able to tear through space. In an instant, it appeared around Du Xiaofu. The devil blood way shrouded the void with a terrifying speed, and it was accompanied by a monstrous and strange aura, tightly wrapping Du Xiaofu within. Not good, seeing this scene. Elder Yu of the Evergreen Island, who had just been forced back by the Devil Blood Way, cried out in surprise. He knew how terrifying the Devil Blood Way was. Sect supervisor, be careful. The disciples of the Hahuan school below suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces changed drastically. Chapter 1225. Rumble. Just as the devilish blood vine's petals were about to wrap around Du Xiaofu, a thunderous roar resounded from within, causing the surrounding evil spirits to tremble. Crackle! A monstrous aura fluctuated within the devilish blood vine, following which a resplendent purple lightning arc swept out, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. High up in the sky, the blazing lightning glow was like a rising sun. Countless dazzling purple lightning runes covered the sky like purple-gold lightning serpents shuttling through the sky, destroying the baleful aura that lingered in the sky and suppressing all evil spirits. This terrifying lightning aura alarmed all the evil spirits and the Alliance army. That terrifying aura was too vast, as if it belonged to a supreme being. Bang, bang, bang. That terrifying purple lightning carried with it a killing intent that could destroy everything, causing the devilish blood vine's petals to wither instantly. Crackle! In just a short moment, the dense, devilish blood vine's giant flower cage began to crack and then explode. Broken petals and runes and a monstrous, baleful aura spread out in the air. Boom! Amidst the lightning and thunder, Du Xiaofu stood high up in the sky, purple lightning runes flowing on the surface of his body. A terrifying supreme aura spread out, magnificent and desolate, under the pressure of that supreme being, whether it was the Alliance army or the evil spirits. They all trembled. The lightning martial veins surged and covered his entire body. Purple lightning arcs turned into lightning arcs that lingered high up in the sky. Du Xiaofu's hair fluttered like lightning arcs, his eyes rippling with lightning. Facing the devil blood vine at the level of a primordial chaos demon venerable, Du Xiaofu directly activated his lightning martial vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. What kind of martial vein is that? It's too terrifying. I'm afraid it's at least at the level of a human venerable, or even higher. Within the Alliance army, the experts from the various large factions lifted their heads to look at the sky in shock. When they saw Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in purple gold lightning, they trembled in fear. What a strange human! Under the spread of that strange aura, the shattered devil ghost blood lily once again gathered into a giant devil ghost blood lily. Inside the corolla, a ferocious human face faintly appeared. There was a look of fear and shock surging in its eyes. However, that fearful and shocked expression only lasted for an instant. Then, countless stamens shot out from the devil blood way's sinister face like jet-black bloodlight. As the jet-black bloodlight rushed out, the surrounding sky suddenly shook violently once again. Swish, 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 a monstrous and bizarre baleful aura surged into the sky like a tidal wave. It lingered in the air and converged into a dark, blood-colored, baleful cloud. A ferocious face that was hundreds of feet long appeared in the terrifying cloud of evil spirits. This was especially true for its pair of huge, black and blood-red eyes. They were extremely strange, and the terrifying and strange, baleful aura that rippled out from them was even more terrifying. As the evil ghost face appeared in the sky, it caused many experts in the Alliance army to turn pale. Some of them even felt as if their bodies were about to explode. Chi, blood-black light, surged in the eyes of the huge, evil spirit face. A vast, baleful aura swept across the sky. A strange, blood-black light was spat out from the mouth, like countless cold pythons weaving together. Then, under the shocked gazes of many, the baleful aura surged to the sky, sharp and terrifying as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Evil ghost blood devour. That's the devil ghost blood lily's ultimate ability. The experts in the Alliance army cried out in shock. They were worried for Du Xiaofu, under the full power of the devil Ghost Blood Lily, who was at the primordial demon Venerable level. Even a Nirvana Martial Venerable would have to avoid it. Boom! Looking at the overwhelming, blood-black, baleful aura rushing towards him, young Master Du formed a hand seal. Lightning talisman, runes flickered in his body. A purple-gold thunderbolt pierced through space. It was the nemesis of all evil spirits, and it soared into the sky. Rumble! Under the purple thunderbolt, the blood-black, baleful aura exploded one after another. In mid-air, Du Xiaofu was covered in lightning talisman runes. It was as if he was wearing a purple lightning battle armor. The light was resplendent, like a purple lightning ball in the sky. His hair fluttered back with electric arcs. Du Xiaofu said in a cold and terrifying voice, "Primordial chaos demon, Lord, evil spirits are useless in front of me." As soon as his voice fell, a fist seal blasted out in front of Du Xiaofu. Purple electric arcs swept out like waves, shattering the surrounding space. A large number of evil spirits were affected and turned into clouds of baleful aura. The might of this lightning-like fist was enough to make anyone tremble. Many experts felt that kind of aura and their hearts trembled. It was as if they felt a kind of heaven and earth punishing aura, accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. In particular, Demon King Du Xiaofu's Thunder Martial Vein contained a vast and unpredictable power. Once it was activated, it would make heaven and earth lose its color. Amazing martial vein. The experts were shocked and felt their hearts skip a beat. That kind of terrifying pressure not only came from Du Xiaofu's strength, but also a vast and unpredictable power of heaven and earth. Bang! A fist fiercely landed on the devil Ghost Bloodvine. The purple thunderbolt power crazily eroded and destroyed the devil Ghost Bloodvine, turning it into a blood-black rain of light that poured down. Du Xiaofu's fist contained the power of thunder and lightning. With the thunder martial vein, the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his body, and the fusion of 2 types of spirit thunder soul seeds, Du Xiaofu's understanding of thunder and lightning had recently improved by leaps and bounds. With the thunder martial vein, the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian, and the 2 spirit thunder soul seeds in his body, Du Xiaofu's understanding of thunder and lightning was like a tiger that had grown wings. As the devil ghost Bloodvine was destroyed with a single punch, the scene shocked everyone to the point of disbelief. The devil ghost Bloodvine at the primordial chaos realm, a terrifying demon spirit that even Nirvana martial saints had to retreat from, had actually been destroyed by Du Xiaofu's fist. In front of Du Xiaofu, the terrifying devil ghost Bloodvine seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Demon King Du Xiaofu is too savage. Some people sucked in a breath of cold air, trembling with fear. What the crowd did not know was that Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was the nemesis of all evil spirits. In terms of strength, Du Xiaofu's peak transcendent martial saint cultivation could already kill a primordial chaos martial saint. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had activated his thunder martial vein. In addition, the primordial spirit in his mind was not affected by the aura of the devil ghost Bloodvine, and his body was not afraid of the corrosion of the devil ghost Bloodvine. No matter how strong the devil ghost Bloodvine was, it could not harm Du Xiaofu in the slightest. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. However, if this devil ghost Bloodvine had been replaced by another primordial chaos demon venerable, Du Xiaofu would not have been able to deal with it so easily. Qila. This time, the devil ghost Bloodvine was destroyed and could not recover. Amidst the overflowing baleful aura, a blood-black, resplendent light burst forth. It was a devil ghost Bloodvine the size of a baby. It was sparkling and translucent, like a blood-black jade stone. However, just looking at it would make one tremble. Spirit seed. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. That was the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed. Like the spirit seed of spiritual lightning, it was equivalent to the primordial spirit and soul of humans and beasts. As long as the spirit seed was not destroyed, the devil ghost blood vine would not be destroyed. Chi-la! A silver-yellow electric arc suddenly shot out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. In an instant, it turned into a cage of electric arcs, trapping the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed within. Whoosh! A light filled with an ancient and boundless aura suddenly shot out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. The ancient and boundless aura was suffused with spatial fluctuations. Then, it directly devoured the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed and returned to between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Although a demon spirit could not be compared to a spirit lightning, the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed was a primordial chaos demon, venerable level devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed. It was much more valuable than a primordial chaos demon, venerable level primordial chaos demon beast's primordial spirit. With Du Xiaofu's character, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to obtain it. Countless eyes in the Alliance army were stunned when they saw that the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed was actually taken away by Du Xiaofu. Demon spirits were powerful and were one of the most powerful beings in the world. The devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed was a primordial chaos demon, venerable level devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed. It was a terrifying existence that was difficult for anyone to take away. However, the demon king before them had done so. Sect supervisor is too powerful. The disciples of the Hahuan school exclaimed in excitement. With the terrifying devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed being taken away by sect supervisor, their confidence skyrocketed. However, Du Xiaofu's victory alone did not affect the overall situation of the battle. Ow! Under the densely packed evil spirit army, countless alliance troops continued to suffer losses. Arg! Blood spurted out like rain as people's bodies continued to explode. Ghosts wailed and gods howled as if it was the end of the world. Demonic blood. As the devil ghost blood vine's spirit seed was taken away, Xue yelled from afar. He was suppressing the Saman sword sect's old man, and his figure appeared before the old man like a ghost. He no longer held back his terrifying blood aura as he glanced at the old man with his blood-red eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, a torrential blood light descended like a blood moon and engulfed the old man. Bang! 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 The old man was enveloped in a sword radiance light shield. As the blood light engulfed him, the sword radiance light shield on his body shattered like glass. His body flew down from the sky and heavily crashed into a barren mountain, causing the mountain to shatter into pieces. Elder Mu Jianqin and many experts from the Saman sword sect exclaimed as their faces turned grave. Xue Xia had been holding back all along and was mocking the purifying evil alliance. From the beginning, Xue Xia had not placed the purifying evil alliance in his eyes and was only mocking them. To the entire purifying evil alliance, this was a humiliation. Fight it out with him. Many elders from the Saman sword Manchu and some other forces, a total of 8 to 9 martial honorables and 8-star spiritual talisman masters, charged forward with all their might, wanting to join forces to stop Xue Xia. Bang! 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 However, before the martial honorables and 8-star spiritual talisman masters could attack, Xue Xia's eyes glowed with a cold blood-red light. He waved his hand and a terrifying blood-red light swept across the sky along with a monstrous blood chi. It directly sent the martial honorables and 8-star spiritual talisman masters flying. The 3 weakest experts from the Purifying Evil Alliance were blown away and their bodies were crushed. Only one of them managed to escape with his primordial spirit. Puny humans, you overestimate yourself. Xue Xia stood with his head held high, and the blood light around him was like the sun. The entire space was dyed red with blood, and there were terrifying blood runes flashing. No one dared to go near him. Half-domain evil spirit. Du Xiaofu raised his head and his gaze fell on Shuexia, who was covered in a blood robe. The terrifying aura of a half-domain evil spirit was revealed, and even Nirvana, realm martial honorables, could not go near him. He was a terrifying existence. Brat, release the blood demon spiritual seed and pledge your loyalty to me. Then I can spare your life. Shuexia did not care about the elders from the Saman Sword sect and the experts from the Purifying Evil Alliance. His cold-blood eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1226. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled slightly when he sensed the chilliness contained within those blood-red fierce eyes, even though he was a great distance away. However, with the protection of his primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu immediately recovered. Du Xiaofu had seen many martial domain realm experts. At this moment, a half-domain realm expert could not affect Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at the blood-red robed man. He said, "What if I don't hand it over?" "Then what you're about to experience will be a pain worse than having your divine soul destroyed. You'll regret it." Shuexia looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. The blood-red light in his blood-red eyes rippled. His voice was as cold as a blade. "Be careful of that guy. His name is Shuexia. He is the leader of these evil spirits. It is said that when he came out, his strength was not very strong. However, no one knows how his cultivation increased so quickly." Mu Jianqin took the opportunity to come to Du Xiaofu's side. His voice traveled into Du Xiaofu's ears. "It is indeed terrifying." Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. His expression was slightly serious. Phantom, Shou-Sha, Hunxia, and Bloodvine spirit had come out of the sealed ancient land. They were not strong. Du Xiaofu estimated that based on the situation in the sealed ancient land in the central province, the evil spirits in the sealed ancient land in the Shang province should be similar in strength. Otherwise, the younger generation would not have been able to break out of the sealed ancient land in the Shang province. In addition to his understanding of Phantom, Shou-Sha, and Hunxia, Du Xiaofu guessed that Shuexia must have caused a massacre. Blood flowed like a river and corpses littered the land. Those evil spirits were the most direct beneficiaries. "I have never regretted it." Du Xiaofu looked at Shuexia. Although he was afraid, he was not scared. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Shuexia's red eyes stared at Du Xiaofu's body in the sky. His dark and cold aura surged. He looked around at the boundless battlefield and said, "I wanted to make fun of you puny humans. Do you think we are so easy to deal with? Let's end this now." His eyes turned into a blood-red light, as if there was a river of blood surging within. Then a voice that was as cold as a blade was emitted from the gaps between his teeth. His killing intent surged to the heavens. "Open the demon gate. Roar, woo-woo." As Shuexia's voice fell, the evil spirits, who were fighting fiercely, raised their heads and roared in response. They cried like ghosts and gods as they quickly retreated. Walala! The evil spirits that blotted out the sky immediately soared into the sky. The sound of wind breaking resounded. The endless evil spirits that covered the mountains and plains instantly soared into the sky. There was a faint trace of profoundness between them. Shuexia's hand seal condensed. There was a thick blood-red light that burst out from his palm. In the end, it turned into a black vortex that was filled with an evil aura in the sky. The vortex seemed to have spread out from the heavens. It was as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. It was pitch black and deep like a black hole. Woo-woo. Within the black vortex, there were faint cries of ghosts and gods. Demonic aura billowed. It was as if a demonic area had descended. A terrifying demonic aura swept out in all directions. The black vortex spun. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force gushed out. It directly swallowed the evil spirits and the monstrous blood chi that filled the sky behind the sealed ancient land. Roar! Woo-woo! those low-level evil spirits were like moths to a flame. They took the initiative to dive into the black vortex. In the end, they turned into black fog energy and were instantly swallowed by the black vortex. The endless evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were all gathered under the black vortex. They allowed the black vortex to swallow them. They were willing to be like moths to a flame. As those terrifying evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew into the flame like moths to a flame, the black vortex slowly expanded under the horrified gazes of the Alliance army. The terrifying aura and pressure that permeated from it had already caused the expressions of many experts to change. Walala! The terrifying black vortex grew to a size of several thousand feet in a short period of time. Rumble! The black vortex was still expanding rapidly. The pressure also became more and more terrifying. It caused the surrounding space to rumble and tremble. Endless black light twisted and condensed within the vortex. Demonic aura filled the sky. Woo-woo! Within the vortex, cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard echoing throughout the sealed ancient land. Finally, in an extremely short period of time, the endless evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth all rushed into the black vortex. In the end, even dozens of honorable realm beast form and human form evil spirits rushed into the black vortex without hesitation. The black light vortex quietly hovered above the sealed ancient land in a manner that seemed to blot out the sun. Rumble! Dark clouds rolled in all directions. The world was as dark as night. Faint lightning flashed and thunder roared. Demonic aura filled the sky, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and gods. Everything was like a demonic domain. Oh my God, what is this? Seeing this shocking scene, the surrounding Alliance experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Clearly, they did not expect the evil spirits to be able to use such a terrifying technique. At this moment, the terrifying black vortex would make even a peak Nirvana Martial Honorable's soul tremble with fear. What a powerful technique! Could this be the final trump card of these evil spirits? They want everyone to come here, but not return. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the black vortex that blotted out the sky. From the information obtained from the soul-searching technique, it seemed like this was the trump card of these evil spirits. The black vortex that blotted out the sky seemed to have opened the door to the demonic domain. Just the terrifying aura that permeated from it made one's body go weak and one's soul tremble. Suddenly a terrifying suction force erupted from within the black vortex, causing some of the weaker cultivators below to be involuntarily sucked in. In the midst of screams, the crowd that was sucked in immediately turned into a bloody mist. Then they disappeared into the black vortex. Be careful! Don't go near it! An elder in the crowd shouted, causing the Alliance army to retreat. They were in a panic, and all of them were trembling in fear. Hee, none of you can escape. Today, none of you can escape. None of you can come back. Xue Xia laughed coldly. His blood-red eyes scanned the crowd below. His voice reverberated in the sealed ancient land. He shouted, "The demonic door is open. Demons swallow everything." Rumble! As Xue voice fell, the black vortex that blotted out the sky suddenly trembled. Demonic aura billowed, and a terrifying suction force descended. It was as if a black hole had descended from the universe. Around the vortex of black light, the entire space suddenly burst apart amidst a crashing sound. Save me! Hurry up and save me! I can't control it. Hurry up and save me! In an instant, under the terrifying suction force, countless figures in the Alliance army below were sucked into the black vortex. Boulders were uprooted, rocks cracked, and mountains collapsed. Everything was swallowed by the vortex of black light. The Alliance army, which was not very powerful, could not stop it at all. At that moment, the crowd was like a bird in a tornado. They could not control themselves and were unable to struggle. They were all sucked in. Then, in the midst of screams, they turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. At that moment, the huge black vortex was like an awakened beast in the universe. It wreaked havoc in the human world and devoured everything. "Hurry up and retreat! Hurry up!" The experts from the big mountain sects shouted loudly. They joined forces to protect the disciples in their mountain sections. However, there were too many disciples in the big mountain sections. The experts could not protect them one by one. They could only watch as the disciples from the mountain sects who could not protect them were sucked into the black vortex, and their souls were destroyed. As for the disciples from the small sects, there were not many experts in their sections. At that moment, even the elders and protectors could not take care of themselves. How could they protect them? Earth-shattering screams and wails reverberated. The sealed ancient land had turned into a demon's domain. "Disciples of the Hahuan school, retreat behind me!" At that moment, the golden wings of the great Peng spread out behind Du Xiaofu's back. When they spread out, they became hundreds of feet long. They exploded with golden light and were surrounded by purple lightning. With an incomparably domineering posture, he raised his head to block the suction force of the terrifying vortex and protected the disciples of the Hahuan school. The experts from the big mountain sects were all activating their magical powers to protect their disciples. However, there was no doubt that the most domineering and eye-catching person was Du Xiaofu. When the disciples of the Hahuan school saw this, they were all wild with joy. They looked at the tall golden figure in the sky that was shielding them from the wind and rain. At that moment, they were all proud to be disciples of the Hahuan school. They were also glad that the Demon King had become the sect supervisor of their Hahuan school. Chapter 1227. Upon seeing this, many disciples of small sects without the protection of experts immediately ran behind the Hahuan school's formation. However, Du Xiaofu couldn't protect too many people. Those disciples who were close to the formation were all involuntarily sucked into the black vortex. Miserable wails reverberated in the sky as the overwhelming number of figures were swallowed up by the vortex of black light. In an instant, at least a few million figures were involuntarily sent into the air and turned into a bloody mist within the black vortex. The visual impact was enough to make one's soul tremble. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned serious. That terrifying black vortex was like a gate to the devil domain. As more and more figures were swallowed, the devil chi grew stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, everyone would be swallowed. Is there any other way? Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will be swallowed. Mu Jianchen asked Du Xiaofu from not far away. At this moment, the experts of the Sa Meng sword sect were protecting the disciples of the Sa Meng sword sect. Mu Jianchen's body was enveloped in a protective halo like a sword ray. He was barely able to resist the powerful swallowing force. It's already the final moment. If you have any trump cards, use them now. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to use them. Du Xiaofu frowned. The leaders of the Purifying Evil Alliance this time were all the peak younger generation of the various major sects in the Shang province, including the Sa Meng sword sect. With Mu Jianchen among them, the Sa Meng sword sect would definitely have a final trump card. They definitely wouldn't let Mu Jianchen be in danger. The other major sects should also have a final trump card. They wouldn't let anything happen to their peak younger generation. After all, they were the future of those sections. At this moment, they could only hope that the final trump cards of the major sects would be able to resist. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Mu Jianchen's eyes turned sharp as he said loudly, "Everyone, it's already the final moment. Don't hide anymore. Use your final trump cards. Otherwise, no one will survive this time." As Mu Jianchen's voice fell, an object that was emitting light appeared in his hand. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the light was crushed. At the same time, a strange light spread out above Mu Jianchen's head. Boom! The surrounding space trembled for no reason, and a figure wrapped in a dazzling radiance appeared. The surrounding light flickered, and it was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. Sword light rippled around him. Along with the appearance of this silhouette, a terrifying amount of chi expanded. Like an unsheathed sword, it carried with it an incomparable amount of sharpness. When this figure appeared in the sky, no one dared to approach it. They could only look up at it. Even the black light and demonic chi in the surroundings was scattered by it. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the world trembled once again. Everclear Island, Mount Johua, and the other 7 great formations shone like the sun and moon in the sky. 7 figures appeared out of thin air. There was a total of 8 figures. If one were to take a closer look, they would appear to be illusory. However, the terrifying auras they emitted were able to directly disperse the demonic chi. With the appearance of these 8 figures, the pressure on the Alliance army was greatly reduced. The terrifying vortex of black light in the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. Following the appearance of these 8 figures, the experts from the Saman Sword Sect, Everclear Island, Juhua Mountain, and the rest of the 8 great powers all revealed joyous expressions, as though they had seen hope. It should be a clone of a martial domain realm expert. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the 8 figures that had suddenly appeared. As expected, the various great powers all had their final trump cards. The 8 figures were all clones. They were not true martial domain realm experts. Back then, when they were attacked by the devil religion for the first time in the 7-star hall, Du Xiaofu had seen a clone of a devil religion expert. Could this be the demonic gate? Someone has opened the demonic gate. On the Saman Sword Sex formation, the clone of the 70-year-old old man raised his head and looked at the vortex of black light. After a moment of doubt, his eyes were filled with shock, as though he had thought of something terrifying. He said to the 7 clones beside him, "Everyone, the demonic gate has been opened. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, the entire Shang province will truly become a demonic domain. The demonic gate is only a legend. I never thought that it would really appear. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a disaster." A gray-clothed old woman staggered. However, blazing runes filled her eyes as she looked at the vortex of black light. Her gaze was like a sea of fire. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. Several clones said solemnly. All of them had grave expressions. Attack! Destroy that demonic being. The 8 clones shouted in unison. Resplendent runes exploded from the 8 clones, bringing along 8 terrifying energies. They turned into 8 resplendent attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards the terrifying vortex of black light. Chi la la! As the 8 clones flew out, the places that they passed through suddenly exploded. The space along the way was shattered. The terrifying power made it difficult for people to breathe. TSK, TSK, you have finally come out. You are the target. The rest are just ants. 8 clones. Only this is enough for me to take another step forward. Just as the 8 clones flew towards the vortex of black light, Xue Xie smiled. The seals in his hands changed. Just as the 8 clones approached the vortex of black light, a ghostly wail that resounded throughout the 9 underworlds was suddenly emitted from the vortex of black light. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying demonic chi storm that seemed to have crossed the space from the demonic domain arrived. It pierced through the space and ruthlessly engulfed the 8 clones. Walala! The demonic chi storm was too terrifying. It suddenly exploded with a terrifying suction force and engulfed the 8 clones. Under the vortex of black light, a terrifying airwave spread out. It was a destructive aura that caused the surrounding space to explode. Countless pairs of eyes watched as the 8 clones merely endured for an instant within the destructive demonic chi storm before turning into rune fragments and dissipating. Not good! The gazes of the Alliance turned from surprise to shock in an instant. The 8 clones were the strongest existences below the martial domain realm. If the 8 of them joined forces, it would not be a problem for them to deal with the martial domain realm. However, they did not expect that in an instant the 8 clones would be completely destroyed. Boom! In the next second, the vortex of black light became even more powerful. It suddenly expanded, and the terrifying suction force spread across the sealed ancient land. The demonic chi raged in the sky. Under the terrifying suction force, the demonic chi engulfed the entire area. The overwhelming Alliance army was once again engulfed involuntarily. The earth-shattering screams continued. The demonic chi engulfed everything. The figures below, the storm, the sand and stones were all swept up. It was as if they had turned into a tornado that destroyed everything. At that moment, even the experts who were protecting the disciples found it difficult to withstand. Some martial, honorable realm cultivators were careless and were forcefully engulfed. In the end, they turned into blood mist and disappeared into the vortex of black light. We're dead. No one can escape. This time, we've been completely annihilated. We've been tricked by evil spirits. I don't want to die yet. Save me. Who can save me? Within the terrifying demonic chi storm, there were cries of shock, fear, and mournful screams. Countless sound waves converged. It's getting stronger and stronger. It's impossible to resist. Du Xiaofu expanded his golden rock wings to protect the Hahuan school disciples. At the same time, he was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Under the terrifying suction force, Du Xiaofu was unable to resist it. The earth-shattering figures were engulfed by the vortex of black light like locusts. It was as if those figures were not humans or demonic beasts, but insignificant locusts. There were more than millions of them. That terrifying destruction was the true cleansing. It could even be said that it was extinction. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. If this terrifying vortex of black light appeared in Shangzhou City, it would cause true destruction. Buzz! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt the purple lightning profound cauldron in the god's watchtower vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. The purple lightning profound cauldron in Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have felt something and wanted to rush out of his body and into the vortex of black light. Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. The vortex of black light was about destruction. The purple lightning profound cauldron was actually out of his control and wanted to rush into it. This was definitely not a good thing. Du Xiaofu tried his best to suppress the purple lightning profound cauldron. If the purple lightning profound cauldron was exposed at this moment, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. The purple lightning profound cauldron was not an ordinary item. It was left behind by that supreme expert and was also related to these sealed ancient lands. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed something. If it rushed in, it might not necessarily be destroyed. Du Xiaofu instantly pondered. The aura of the purple lightning profound cauldron in the god's watchtower grew stronger and stronger. It wanted to rush out of his body immediately. Let's give it a try. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with golden light and fluctuated with lightning. He flapped his golden rock wings and said to the disciples of the Hahuan school, "Protect yourselves!" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light erupted from his back. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a real golden rock. He wanted to rush into the vortex of black light. What is that demon king trying to do? Is that demon king, Du Xiaofu, trying to commit suicide? Suddenly, countless people on the ground saw that Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he wanted to rush into the vortex of black light. They were all astonished. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? You will die. Mu Jianchen was using all his strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the vortex of black light. When he saw Huang Xiaolong's actions, he shouted in astonishment. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He blocked the vortex of black light that blotted out the sky. Golden light spread out in all directions. His golden eyes flashed with lightning. His aura was domineering and intimidating, carrying a trace of tyranny. Du Xiaofu wiped the trace of a bitter smile on his face. He looked at the people on the ground and said with righteousness and heroism, "I can't just watch everyone die. I will go and see if I can break this demonic thing. If I don't enter hell, who will?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu suddenly turned around. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He turned into a streak of golden light and flew into the vortex of black light. At this moment, the back of that streak of golden light was emitting a trace of lofty aspiration. Under countless gazes, he suddenly became great. Chapter 1228. Regardless of success or failure, our Shang Prefecture owes the Demon King a favor. Some of the elders looked at the majestic golden figure and their eyes trembled. Mu Jianqin's gaze was fixed on the vortex of black light. He didn't say anything and just stared at it without blinking. Sect supervisor wants to destroy that demonic being. The disciples of the all-pleasure sect were all astonished at this moment. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Die. Xue Xie controlled the vortex of black light and watched as Du Xiaofu rushed in. Xue Xie's gaze was cold, and he didn't move at all. He completely ignored him and didn't take it to heart. Within the terrifying vortex of black light, demonic energy exploded. Du Xiaofu's figure was enveloped by the demonic energy and disappeared instantly. The surroundings were pitch black. When Du Xiaofu entered the vortex of black light, he immediately felt the terrifying demonic energy. It wanted to corrode his primordial spirit and destroy his physical body. Under that terrifying power, even a peak Nirvana realm martial artist would find it difficult to resist. At this moment, within the vortex of black light, Du Xiaofu finally understood why the 8 doppelgangers couldn't withstand a single blow. The 8 doppelgangers were just doppelgangers. Even if they weren't primordial spirit doppelgangers, they were still related to primordial spirits. The strange demonic energy in the vortex was specialized in corroding primordial spirits. Ordinary primordial spirits couldn't withstand a single blow and would be completely corroded by the strange demonic energy. At this moment, the terrifying demonic energy was corroding primordial spirits. Within the Naiwen Palace in Du Xiaofu's mind, his primordial spirit had many protective means to resist the terrifying demonic energy. As for his physical body, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped by the golden rock wings. He also had the indestructible Xian body and the golden rock body refining technique. It was enough to temporarily resist the demonic energy. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu's cultivation was only at the peak of the transcendent realm, the strength of his physical body had long surpassed his cultivation. The vortex of black light was bottomless. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic energy and devouring power became. Du Xiaofu was being devoured. He didn't know how deep he went. He felt that his physical body, which could resist the demonic energy in the beginning, was now unable to resist. Ka! The wings on the golden winged rock began to crack, and the pressure on its body increased. The erosion of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was getting stronger and stronger, but everything was still under control. However, if this continued, the demonic aura and crushing force would become stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu felt that it wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold on anymore. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of wind and thunder rumbled from within the divine watchtower. At the same time, a purple-gold lightning spread out from his body, enveloping Du Xiaofu like a net of light. That was the purple-gold profound bomb, and it was filled with a destructive aura. Boom! In the next instant, the purple lightning profound cauldron in Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower seemed to be attracted by something and automatically flew out and floated in front of him. With the appearance of the purple lightning profound cauldron, the entire space within the black light vortex trembled for no reason, and an aura that made one's heart palpitate was quietly released. Rumble! Everything happened in an instant. As the purple lightning profound cauldron flew out, an earth-shattering, purple-gold profound bomb burst out from within the purple lightning profound cauldron, and a series of thunderous explosions sounded in the surroundings. Chi-la-la, dazzling purple lightning burst out, and streaks of purple-gold lightning formed completely from the purple-gold profound bomb blasted out, shattering the surrounding space. The streaks of purple-gold lightning seemed to connect into one as they flew out with a crackling sound. Wherever the lightning passed, the space would also collapse. The lightning was as thick as an arm, and it carried a terrifying destructive force. The purple-gold profound bomb was the nemesis of this monstrous, demonic aura. The earth-shattering, purple-gold profound bomb blasted out, directly destroying the demonic aura. The surrounding space was filled with rolling thunderclouds, and streaks of purple-gold lightning were like purple-gold pythons, bursting out from the purple thunderclouds. The purple-gold profound bomb tore through space, covering the sky and earth, destroying everything. In an instant, the entire black light vortex was filled with dazzling purple lightning, and it was on the verge of collapse. In the dark space, the demonic aura was monstrous. This place seemed to be the end of the underground, and the space here also seemed to be frozen and not flowing. A large amount of demonic aura covered the space, and one could only see a streak of black light between the gaps of the demonic aura. The black light was so black that it was shiny, and it faintly revealed a kind of eerie silence, as if a peerless demon was hiding in it. This place was eerie and quiet, and nothing could set foot in it. Only the surrounding demonic aura, which came from nowhere, surged in from all directions and poured into this space. The demonic aura surged, but it was also silent. Woo! Woo! The entire space froze, as if it was another time, but there were faint cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled, and the surging demonic aura came to an abrupt stop. However, in this frozen space, a strange face was suddenly reflected in the black light and demonic aura. This face belonged to a middle-aged man. He stretched out a hand and swept away the frozen, demonic aura slightly. His eyes were emitting a black light, as if he had merged with this frozen space. "Who destroyed my demonic gate?" The middle-aged man sighed. When he opened his mouth to speak, there was no trace of warmth. His aura was even colder than ice. Inside the sealed ancient land, Shue Xie's face was cold, and the bloodlight in his eyes surged. A group of insignificant ants. Today, none of you can escape. All of you will become my nourishment, and you will help me to take another step forward. Looking at the Alliance army that was still being swallowed by the demonic gate, the demonic aura in the demonic gate was getting thicker and thicker. Shue Xie sneered. When all of them were swallowed up, the energy that they turned into would be enough for him to take another step forward. Suddenly, before the sneer on Shue Xie's face disappeared, he seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly changed. Boom! All of the Alliance army was shaking. High up in the sky, the terrifying black light vortex suddenly started to shake without any warning. Then, within the black light vortex, purple-gold electric arcs overflowed. Finally, it cracked, and in an instant, the terrifying black light vortex stopped swallowing. Then it cracked and exploded. Bang! 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 The black light vortex exploded, and the ferocious rune energy spread out. The demonic aura was raging and torrential. At the entrance of the black light vortex, countless people who were about to be swallowed by the vortex escaped death. However, they all fell from the sky like dumplings. The terrifying energy swept out and destroyed the vast land. A large area of space was destroyed. In the end, it turned into a deep pitch-black darkness that made people's souls shiver. More and more of the terrifying energy was swallowed by the deep, pitch-black space. The terrifying black light vortex gradually disappeared. As the black light vortex exploded like a thunderclap, Shue Xie's face was stunned for a moment. Then he turned pale, and his eyes glowed with terrifying blood light. When the black light vortex exploded, the terrifying swallowing power disappeared, and the pressure on everyone was lifted. Everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky. The black light vortex had disappeared, and the golden figure had disappeared. Where is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Why is he gone? It must be the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He is the one who broke the demon. He is also dead. It is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who saved us. We owe the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, a favor. Otherwise, none of us would have survived. The eyes of the Alliance army trembled. The terrifying black light vortex had disappeared, but the golden figure had disappeared. Everyone was moved. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude. They were very clear that if it were not for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, all of them would have died. That Demon King actually saved all of us. Our entire Shang Prefecture also owes him a favor. The eyes of the strongest elder of the Sa Meng sword sect were also moved. He stood beside Mu Jianqin and said, "That guy will not die so easily." Mu Jianqin looked at the sky. He did not believe that guy would die like that. Swish! The black light dissipated, and the terrifying black hole also gradually disappeared. A golden light slowly flickered in the sky. The golden light flickered more and more. Then the golden light soared into the sky. It was powerful and overbearing, and a figure appeared in the sky. A pair of golden wings spread out from the back of that figure, and golden light burst out. The golden talisman patterns were like golden waves, submerging the surrounding space. Swish! The gazes below, which had yet to recover from their shock, immediately landed on the golden light figure. Amidst the shock, numerous gazes were dull and trembling. Subsequently, joy surged out from all of them. Someone involuntarily cried out in surprise. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1229. It's our sect supervisor. The Hehuan school disciples were pleasantly surprised. The golden figure was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who had entered the black vortex earlier. "Brat, you destroyed my demon gate. I'll make you beg for death." Xue Xie's voice was harsh, and his crimson eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. At that moment, Xue Xie could feel that it was this brat who had destroyed his demon gate. Whoosh! Crimson light gathered crazily around him, and a murderous aura that made one's soul tremble rapidly surged. In the next moment, Xue Xie's figure rushed toward Du Xiaofu like a ghost, and a crimson light pillar directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Humph! Seeing Xue Xie rush toward him, Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. His hand seals changed rapidly, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It shook the void as if thunder was roaring, and the aura was surging and shaking the void. Domineering Tao. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and let out a loud roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. It was like a divine elephant's roar. Roar! The sound waves surged like a tsunami, surging in all directions, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble violently. Roar, 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 roar. At that moment, the entire void was roaring, and countless loud roars echoed in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, and it reverberated in the mortal world. This shocking roar was enough to shock the heavens and earth, and make ghosts and gods weep. The void was about to collapse, and it made one's heart tremble with fear. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the surging sound waves rolled, accompanied by a golden rune energy ripple. It was like a surging ocean, and it caused the entire sealed ancient land to tremble rapidly. The sound waves reverberated in the sky, causing living beings to tremble. Their eyes were filled with pain, and their bodies could not help but explode from the inside out. They were terrified from the depths of their souls. This sound wave was not a simple sound wave, but it contained a type of martial arts. Whoosh, 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 a terrifying sound wave swept towards the blood-red light. The two collided, causing the blood-red light to boil. But the blood light was scary. Among the waves, Shuexia's body appeared in front of Du Xiaofu at a speed faster than lightning. It was as if he was not afraid of the scary sonic attack. A blood-light palm print landed in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, lightning surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. His hand seals changed, and golden light enveloped the surroundings. A domineering and fierce aura suddenly swept out. He shook his arm, and a fist wrapped in golden light directly blasted out. Way of the tyrannical fist. The golden fist collided with the bloody palm print, and an astonishing amount of energy swept out. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu was forced to take several steps back. What was even more terrifying was that the blood-red, baleful aura was corroding his primordial spirit and body. Fortunately, the most terrifying blood-red, baleful qi did not have much effect on Du Xiaofu. But if it had been someone else, not to mention a peak, transcendent martial honorable, even a peak chaotic element honorable would have been killed. Seeing that his attack had not taken care of the human youth, Shuexia's monstrous cold intent shot out from his eyes. A vast and mighty baleful aura filled the air. In an instant, it was like a blood-red storm, spiraling. Then it condensed into a blood-red exotic beast shadow, which occupied the air. It looked like a wolf and a tiger, and it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Roar! A huge, ferocious exotic beast appeared, and its baleful aura filled the sky. It pounced towards Du Xiaofu fiercely. Overbearing way of the sword. Du Xiaofu bellowed, and the purple-gold heavenly fault roared out. A purple-gold sword light, which seemed to have been prepared, swept out. The sword had the strength to split a mountain, and there was nothing fancy about it. But as the sword swept through the air, the space where the sword light passed by almost collapsed, revealing a vacuum. In an instant, a domineering energy pressure that caused one to tremble violently spread out from the purple-gold sword light, causing the entire space to tremble violently. A terrifying sword intent also swept through the sky. The domineering sword aura made one's hair stand on end, and it directly landed on the exotic beast shadow. The ferocious exotic beast swung its claws, tearing the space apart, and its baleful aura covered the sky. When the sword light and the claw collided, there was not much of a sound. Only the terrifying sword light and baleful aura turned into runic energy ripples, which swept through the surrounding space like a tsunami. Crash! Countless sword beams and murderous auras swept across the battlefield. Du Xiaofu's sword beams cleaved apart the strange beast's claw, but they were not damaged at all. There were too many strange beasts, and their huge bodies slammed into Du Xiaofu's body. The golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out, and golden light burst out. At the same time, they flapped on the exotic beast shadow. At the same time, the thunder martial vein was activated and purple electric arcs burst out. Humph! Under that terrifying impact, Du Xiaofu's body was flung back several steps. A muffled groan could be heard from his throat as he forced a mouthful of sweet liquid down his throat, after which he forcefully swallowed it down and flapped his golden rock wings, stabilizing his body. Crash! The huge exotic beast shadow was also shattered by Du Xiaofu's attack. The terrifying baleful aura was scattered in the air, and it overturned a large area. Many of the weaker cultivators on the ground felt their souls tremble. Half-domain evil spirit, terrifying power. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and looked at Shuexia in front of him. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Shuexia, who was at the half-domain level, had terrifying power. He was much more terrifying than a martial honorable who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He was the strongest existence under the martial domain realm. In addition, this evil spirit was strange and difficult to deal with. Under the terrifying baleful aura, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Fortunately, Shuexia's strongest attribute was the baleful aura. If it was another martial honorable at the peak of the Nirvana realm, he would not have been able to withstand it. Du Xiaofu knew that he had many tricks up his sleeves when it came to resisting the baleful aura. He had gained a lot of advantages. Demon King Du Xiaofu is actually so powerful. Many people on the ground looked up. Although they saw that Du Xiaofu was at a disadvantage, they were all shocked. That was a half-domain level evil spirit, and Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it. Looking at the tall and straight figure of the youth, who was holding a peerless weapon, who was floating in the air, everyone, regardless of which faction they were from, was shocked and their hearts were trembling. Many of the peak youths of the factions present were dragons and phoenixes among men. At this moment, they were deeply impressed. It was not that they were weak, but the Demon King Du Xiaofu was too powerful. The overbearing youth stood in the air with the peerless weapon in his hand. His golden wings flapped, and he looked like a ferocious bird in human form. How powerful and overbearing he was. Sect Supervisor is invincible. Bring glory to our Hahuan school. The disciples of the Hahuan school felt a deep sense of belonging, and they were proud of it. At this moment, among the Alliance army, Sect Supervisor was sweeping in all directions. He had destroyed the demon sect and stood in front of Shuexia. How powerful was he? However, Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave, and he did not dare to be careless. Golden light was released all around, and Du Xiaofu seemed to be in a sea of golden light. An overbearing aura, accompanied by purple lightning, filled the air, killing in all directions and looking disdainfully at the sky. Shuexia looked at Du Xiaofu. The human had a scary, murderous, thunder and lightning aura. It made him feel an instinctive fear. If the young man was a little stronger, he would have been scared of him. What a strange boy. Today he must die. Shuexia shouted gloomily. Blood light rippled, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Blood runes pressed forward, and a bloody light exploded. It carried a monstrous killing intent as it condensed into a long spear. Blood spear breaks the sky. With a loud shout, the blood spear condensed by Shuexia pierced through the air. The blood spear pierced through the air, destroying everything in its path. It left behind a pitch-black crack in the air, and a terrifying bloody light filled the air. In an instant, it arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. The blood spear was covered with dazzling blood runes, and it looked as if it had been condensed from blood. A terrifying aura that could pierce through space swept out, and when people looked at it, their souls and primordial spirits would be shattered. Not good. Shuexia is using his full strength. The blood spear is condensed from his original killing intent. I'm afraid it can destroy even a peak nirvana realm martial venerable. Behind the Sa Meng sword sects, Mu Jianqin, the old man with a vigorous aura who had fought with Shuexia, trembled. At that moment, the terrifying power that filled the air from the blood spear made him tremble. Du Xiaofu's golden wings exploded with dazzling runes. He squinted his eyes, and he felt an extremely dangerous aura from the blood spear. However, the blood spear was not enough to make Du Xiaofu surrender. Immediately, golden light exploded, and the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him. Roar! Faint cries of dragons, tigers, turtles, and birds could be heard. The purple gold heavenly tower exploded with a purple gold light, and it directly blocked the blood spear that was distorting space. It's useless. Boy, you're still too weak. Shuexia sneered. He held the blood spear in one hand and fiercely slammed it against the purple gold heavenly tower. A terrifying bloody light condensed, and it hit the purple gold heavenly tower like lightning. Go! Du Xiaofu shouted. His thunder martial veins were fully activated, and lightning flashed and thunder roared behind him. Purple lightning covered the purple gold heavenly tower. Boom! A terrifying murderous aura descended. It was magnificent and desolate, and it covered the sky and covered the earth. It swept over the blood spear. Walala! When the two collided, there was no earth-shattering sound of energy. There was only the collision of the murderous aura and the cold, destructive aura. It exploded into pieces of space and dazzling light arcs. Walala! However, the collision did not last long. The terrifying, murderous aura affected the primordial spirit and the physical body. A huge force swept over, and Du Xiaofu finally spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. His body was instantly pushed back, and he fell heavily on a huge mountain. Crack! The purple gold heavenly tower was inserted into the rocks of the mountain peak. A terrifying force struck the huge mountain, and the rocks around the huge mountain peak were instantly covered in cracks. Then, with a rumbling sound, the entire mountain was turned into fine powder. Du Xiaofu's body was still floating in the air, and he maintained the position where he had just shaken off the mountain. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and the golden wings on his back were flat. He was like a baby pung that was injured and waiting to fight back. Thud! Thud! Xue Xie's body was pushed back a few steps, and the blood spear in his hand was destroyed. The terrifying power of the thunder and lightning was like Xue Xie's natural nemesis. It reduced Xue Xie's power greatly, and his mind was trembling in fear. This kid is strange. He must die. Xue Xie instantly jumped out again. He did not know why, but he was afraid of the young man. He wanted to kill him immediately. Swoosh! Xue Xie's body turned into a bloodlight, and with a series of afterimages, he instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A bloodlight palm print, which looked like it was dripping with blood, slammed toward Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's lightning-like eyes stared fixedly at the bloody palm, and a frightening ruthlessness surged out of his lightning-like eyes. Even at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not think that he could not fight back. At least he could still fight to the death. Suddenly, at the same time that Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with a ruthless and terrifying gaze, a voice that was like the sound of nature quietly spread out from the sky. He will not die today. Chapter 1230. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. As the heavenly voice fell, a faint, fiery aura spread through the air, bringing with it a faint fragrance. A beautiful figure slowly appeared. She wore a purple robe, accentuating her alluring curves. The beautiful woman slightly raised her eyes. Her eyes were like purple suns, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. With a slight shake of her wrist, a handprint wrapped in purple flames condensed on her jade-like palm. Blazing purple flames erupted like purple magma, incomparably hot, distorting the space and directly slapping on the former's bloody palm print. Boom! When the two collided, intense energy fluctuations of fiery aura and shattered bloody runes spread out in a ring shape. It was as if a meteor had exploded above, and a sea of flames fell, filling the sky with a murderous aura. Chi-la-la! The murderous aura that covered the sky was destroyed, and Xue Xie's figure retreated continuously. His bloody eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying aura engulfed the area. Du Xiaofu inclined his head and stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Her aura was otherworldly, and her violet hair cascaded down her shoulders, all the way to her perky buttocks. Her long and slender legs outlined the curves of a mature woman. It's her! Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly trembled. Just by looking at her back, he knew who she was. Other than the purple flame demonic phoenix, there was no one else. After repelling Xue Xie, the woman slowly turned her head. The gaze in her purple eyes was ethereal and dazzling like fireworks. When the countless eyes of the Alliance saw the woman in front of them, their hearts all trembled. This was a woman with a moving appearance, a seductive demeanor, and an aura of a banished immortal. Her charm was enough to make any man lose his soul. This alluring woman was none other than the purple flame demonic phoenix. Could it be that she broke through? Du Xiaofu looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix. Sensing the aura on her body, his heart trembled inwardly. Du Xiaofu sensed that the purple flame fiendish phoenix's aura was already qualitatively different from the last time they met. Du Xiaofu guessed that the purple flame fiendish phoenix had already broken through that half-step barrier and stepped into the true beast region. The purple eyes of the purple flame demonic phoenix looked at Du Xiaofu. Its purple eyes moved slightly and its voice was ethereal. It seems that every time I see you, you are in trouble. Where is little Xingxing? Little star! Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately darkened. There was still no news of little Xingxing. Seeing Du Xiaofu's reaction, the purple flame demonic phoenix's face immediately darkened. Her voice became cold as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I've been to the central province and the stone city. Finally, I got the news that you might be at the Hahuan school in Shang province. I only came here after going to the Hahuan school. If anything happens to little Xingxing, I'll teach you a lesson. After the purple flame demonic phoenix's words, people could not help but shiver from the bottom of their hearts. Under that peerless appearance, she was definitely cold and ruthless. Du Xiaofu looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix calmly. The corner of his mouth curled up and he said, It's a long story. I'll tell you later. I'm also looking for little Xingxing. If anything happens to little Xingxing, I won't let you go. The purple flame demonic phoenix stared at Du Xiaofu. Her temperament was complicated and her purple eyes suddenly became demonic. You are from the Beast clan. Why do you have to get involved in the affairs of humans? Isn't it enough that humans are riding on top of you beasts? Xue Xia, who had been pushed back, looked at the purple flame demonic phoenix. Seeing that the purple-robed Beast clan woman seemed to be estranged from the human brat, his bloody eyes fluctuated, and he secretly sneered. My affairs are not for an evil creature like you to talk about. You're looking for death. The purple flame demonic phoenix's eyes darkened. Her gloomy face suddenly changed. Suddenly, a purple light spread out from her body. The purple flames around her fluctuated, and the entire area was filled with rolling purple flames. The rolling purple flames were like a giant sea of purple flames. They surrounded the area and went straight for Xue Xia. Bastard! Xue Xia's face changed. He did not think that one sentence would cause the Beast clan woman to attack him. The purple flames made him absolutely afraid. Her aura was that of a real beast realm being. Suddenly, a bloody light exploded from Xue Xia's body. It covered the sky and the earth and blocked the purple flames around him. Now that the demon gate had been destroyed, he was truly afraid. At the same time, Xue Xia looked up into the sky and shouted, Yinlei, are you still not going to come out? If everything goes to waste, you won't be able to escape. Hearing Xue Xia's shout, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Then his heart sank. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to the Yinlei old man. He did not expect these evil spirits to be related to the Yinlei old man. If that was the case, these evil spirits were definitely related to the devil religion. Xue Xia, hold on for a while. I'll deal with that kid first. He's the one we've been looking for. While these thoughts were swirling in Du Xiaofu's mind, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Then an old man in a yellow robe with a gloomy face appeared in the sky. His eyes flickered with lightning and his aura was terrifying. Yinlei old man! Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying golden light. It was his old enemy, the Yinlei old man, another half-region expert. The Alliance army's eyes trembled. The terrifying lightning aura descended. It was another half-region expert. Kid, so you've escaped to Shang Prefecture. Unfortunately, your luck isn't too good. Today, you've fallen into my hands again. The Yinlei old man stared at Du Xiaofu. A faint chill surged out of him as he sneered. Where's my master now? Du Xiaofu took a few steps forward and flapped his golden wings. His hair fluttered in the wind as he held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. He exuded a domineering aura that swept through the surroundings. His master, the revered artifact, was captured by the devil religion. The destruction of Tianwu Academy and the massacre of the Seven-Star Hall were all related to the devil religion. Now that he had met his enemy, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with coldness. "Don't worry. You'll be able to meet your master soon." The Yinlei old man sneered with a gloomy expression. He couldn't let go of this opportunity. He had to capture that kid. When the time came, it would definitely be a great achievement. "If you're not going to tell me, then I'll ask myself." Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as he stared at the Yinlei old man. He stomped his feet on the void and flapped his wings. He swooped down like a great rock and slashed down with the purple gold, heavenly tower. Facing the Yinlei old man, Du Xiaofu didn't conceal his killing intent. He acted swiftly and mercilessly. "Ah!" The Yinlei old man's expression changed when he saw Du Xiaofu's sword. It had only been a year since the destruction of the Seven-Star Hall. He didn't expect that the kid's strength had increased so much. However, the Yinlei old man wasn't afraid. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he looked cold and arrogant. The runes in his hand glowed brightly. He turned his palm into a claw, and a lightning claw print twisted the void and grabbed at the terrifying sword radiance. Du Xiaofu was filled with killing intent. However, he was clear-headed. The Yinlei old man was a half-realm expert, and his strength wasn't below Shuexia's. He couldn't even suppress the Yinlei old man like he suppressed Shuexia. Therefore, the Yinlei old man was more difficult to deal with than Shuexia. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't fight recklessly. When he saw the Yinlei old man's claw twisting the void and grabbing at him, his eyes turned cold. He didn't say anything. The purple gold, heavenly fault in his hand changed, and he drew an arc suddenly. The sword move changed. The purple gold sword radiance soared and turned into dozens of overbearing sword radiances. They pierced through the void and rushed toward the Yinlei old man. "Kid, it's not enough!" The Yinlei old man sneered. He changed his hand gestures and activated several divine senses. Runes filled the sky, and thunder destroyed the dozens of overbearing sword radiances. Sumeru illusory realm. Du Xiaofu moved like a ghost and approached the Yinlei old man. He activated his brother Zhen Qingquan's unique skill, Sumeru illusory realm, with the strength of a late 8-star spiritual talisman master at the Sumeru illusory realm. With Du Xiaofu's terrifying primordial spirit power, he could trap a peak nirvana realm martial venerable in the Sumeru illusory realm. The half region was not the real martial region, so the Yinlei old man would be affected. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's strength in talisman Taoism was higher than that in martial arts, except for his freakish physical body. This was mainly in the primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu had gained a lot of amazing benefits recently. Sky-shaking wings. When the Sumeru illusory realm was activated, Du Xiaofu swept the golden wings of the rock. Layers of golden light runes burst out and swept toward the Yinlei old man. In the Sumeru illusory realm, the Yinlei old man was affected. However, when the layers of overbearing golden light runes swept toward him, he began to come to his senses. In a panic, a bolt of lightning burst out from his body and enveloped him tightly. Rumble! The golden light runes collided with the lightning bolt. A blazing light burst out in midair and flooded a large area of the void. Thump! Thump! The Yinlei old man was forced back dozens of feet in a panic before he could stabilize his body. His old face became extremely cold at this moment. The Yin Thunder old man's eyes were gloomy and cold. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in front of Du Xiaofu. "Kid, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's end this." The Yinlei old man shouted coldly. He formed a seal with his hands. From the surface of his body, bolts of lightning spread out and filled the sky with electric arcs. Chi. In the end, the Yinlei old man activated the lightning in the sky and turned it into a huge lightning claw. It tore through the void and grabbed at Du Xiaofu. In the terrifying electric arcs, the claw descended like a meteor. Chapter 1231. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were already flying in the air. Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven, borrow the power of the Qian Dragon! As he shouted, a golden light burst out from Du Xiaofu's body and shot into the sky. At lightning speed, it condensed into 4 giant dragon shadows. Roar, 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 roar! The 4 giant dragons roared, and their roars filled the sky. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven of the universe Dragon Tiger technique. It could increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. According to the Crazy Region Master, the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven was necessary for escaping. It was a trump card that could oppress opponents of the same cultivation level. The 4 giant dragons appeared and instantly turned into 4 energy ribbons. They landed on Du Xiaofu's body like lightning. Boom! At that moment, Du Xiaofu's peak, transcendent, martial, honorable aura soared like a rocket. It only stopped when his aura reached the middle chaotic element honorable realm. From the peak, transcendent, martial, honorable realm to the middle chaotic element honorable realm to the martial honorable realm, this increase was absolutely terrifying. Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven. That's the remarkable ability of the universe Dragon Tiger technique. The supervisor is activating our Hahuan School's trump card. Below, the venerable ice dragon's eyes trembled. He had only heard of the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven, but had never seen it. It was said that if one could activate the power of the 9 dragons, their strength would increase to a terrifying level. However, this method of temporarily increasing one's cultivation base would become less effective as one's strength increased. At the same time, the weaker one's physical body was, the more limited the amount of energy they could withstand. It was said that only those with a stronger physical body would have the chance to activate the power of the 9 dragons. Otherwise, the person activating the power of the 9 dragons would not be able to withstand it. Is this the legendary technique of the Qiankuan Dragon Tiger technique? The Hahuan School indeed has a strong foundation. Mu Jianchen, who was in the air below, could not help but tremble when he saw Du Xiaofu's soaring aura. It was not that the Saman Sword sect did not have any methods to temporarily raise one's cultivation level. However, generally speaking, it was only useful when one's cultivation level was below the martial emperor level. For someone like Du Xiaofu, who had reached the level of a transcendent martial honorable, to be able to temporarily raise his strength by such a large margin, it was enough to show how extraordinary his cultivation technique was. As Du Xiaofu activated the Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven, his strength skyrocketed. At the same time, the Yin Thunder Old Man's claw appeared in front of him. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu's gaze was powerful as the hand seals continued to condense at lightning speed. The profound qi in his body was like a torrential flood as it followed the hand seals and instantly condensed into a golden hand seal in front of his palm. The light was gorgeous, as if it was a dazzling golden color. The golden hand seal was not only a martial technique, but a martial technique. It seemed to contain the mysteries of the heavens and the earth, as well as the mysteries of yin and yang. Countless people could not help but feel frightened, and their souls trembled when they looked at it. Xiaoyang seal. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu bellowed as the golden palm imprint hovered above his palm. A powerful energy, pressure emanated from it. The palm seal domineeringly cut through the sky. In a flash, it violently collided with the Yin Thunder Old Man's claw seal. The lightning claw seal and the golden hand seal instantly collided with a loud bang under the gazes of many people. A shocking sound of energy suddenly resounded in the void. Bang. At the center of the energy storm, the surrounding space seemed to have collapsed into a huge, pitch-black hole. Terrifying rune energy ripples swept out like a stormy sea, turning into an energy storm that only came to a sudden stop in the distance. Then it dissipated under countless astonished gazes, and everything returned to normal. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's body was shaken back again as a muffled groan came from his throat. Flapping his wings, he stomped on the void, causing a burst of golden light to erupt. Du Xiaofu, who was hundreds of feet away, stabilized his body. The Yin Thunder old man's body also staggered at this moment. His eyes trembled and became colder. What a powerful demon king! Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually resisted a half-domain expert head-on, although he was still at a disadvantage, it was enough to shock everyone present. Kid, you have surprised me again and again, but that's it. It can't change the fact. The Yin Thunder old man frowned when he felt that Du Xiaofu's aura had skyrocketed and that extremely powerful attack just now was enough to fight a Nirvana martial artist head-on without being defeated. In the next instant, the Yin Lightning old man shook his yellow robe after his gloomy words sounded. His sleeve was swung, and one could hear the sizzling sound of electric arcs shuttling through the air. Soon after, electric arcs shot towards Du Xiaofu from all directions like poisonous snakes. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. The golden light around his body had unknowingly turned into a dazzling, white divine light. In an instant, 34 array flags appeared in his palm. The array flags twisted the void and flew out rapidly. Boom! As the array flags flew out, they instantly formed a mysterious light screen that enveloped a vast area of space. Dazzling runes were dazzling, and the space was frozen and distorted. Rumble! Lightning and thunder could be faintly seen on the array, accompanied by rolling dark clouds. The 34 formation flags were an 8-star primordial chaos talisman formation, which Du Xiaofu quickly set up. With his current strength and the strength of his Yuan spirit, Du Xiaofu felt that it would not be much of a problem for him to set up an 8-star Nirvana symbol array. He had also comprehended an 8-star Nirvana symbol array on the top floor of the Hahuan School's Universe building. However, Du Xiaofu did not have enough time to set up an 8-star Nirvana symbol array in a hurry. The 8-star origin symbol array was instantly set up and bound the Yin Thunder old man within it. Du Xiaofu's face instantly turned pale, but he did not enter the array. The white divine light was withdrawn and golden light flickered. Many hand seals flew rapidly. Chi-la! As Du Xiaofu's hand seals were formed, waves of unusual wild and violent energy ripples suddenly rippled in the surrounding space. Threads of seemingly solid golden energy and silver-white energy suddenly seeped out from the empty space, causing the space to distort slightly at this moment. In the next instant, one of Du Xiaofu's palms was resplendent with golden light, while the other was dazzling with silver light. They were like yin and yang, one hard and one soft. The golden palm seal was as resplendent as gold. The silver-white energy palm seal was suffused with strange silver-white runes. From afar, it looked like layers of silver-white lightning lingered around it. Boom! As the 2 palm seals floated in his hands, an extremely frightening energy overflowed from each of them, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the Xiaoyang seal and the Extreme Yin seal at the same time. The mysterious 4 images seal could be trained individually, or the seals could be stacked, increasing its power by several times. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to take a risk and give it a try. In terms of power, the Xiaoyang seal alone was not much weaker than the tyrannical fist path. If he merged the Extreme Yin seal at this moment, it might be able to increase its power significantly, even surpassing the tyrannical fist path. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, lightning, wind and rain, male and female, hard and soft movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. His mouth muttered some words as he controlled the 2 hand seals to slowly merge.